Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena September Cup, the Battle Royale tournament of the year, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Today is the grand finals, and for this special day, you get your OG COD and BR casters. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia.
Yeah, definitely. We're excited to have you finally back at the desk, AJ. I'm really excited as well to see what we're going to see into the grand finals. And right now, we keep talking about this from group stages as well as the knockout stage on the introduction of the Victory Blitz. And I know there are a few surprises right now on what the team has to offer, but one thing that I would want to see, AJ, is if a team can be that strong enough, probably can end it, in 4 match. But before we go there under Victor Blitz, let's check out what has happened and what will be happening all throughout for this competition. As the tournament timeline will show us, we have done that registration, also went in for qualifiers from the 11th to 18th of September and group stage for 4 days. Yesterday we've seen the playoffs or the knockout stage, and today would be the grand finals, AJ.
Yeah, Garena wasn't kidding when they said this is the September Cup, because we literally filled up the September calendar from registrations all the way down to today, the 27th of September, your grand finals. And we have got the top 16 teams. Let's take a look at the format here as well, Neptune. For the qualifiers, more than 400 teams signed up. They did battle, and of course 40 teams qualified to the group stage. We split them up into 2 groups, and the top 20 teams moved on into the playoffs, where we dropped further 4 teams. And today, the grand finals, where the Victory Blitz is finally going to be applied, we have the top 16 doing battle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to how the top 16 will be showing up right now. We've seen a glimpse of that from yesterday in the knockout stage, and unfortunately, we had to let go of 4 teams, but now we are going to see how they battle it out. And just in case, on those battles, we are going to have a tie. We count it as this: the number of victories if they do. If not, and if that doesn't break the tie, then we go in for the total kill points, and if it still doesn't work, that will be our last round survival ranks, what we look into as our final tiebreaker. And so far, it has worked even from the qualifiers up until the knockout stage. This has been applied to see who would be coming up on top.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you guys are going to be absolutely delighted because we've got a brand new format being applied. This is the Victory Blitz format. What does victory mean? Victory means the final surviving team. That's what victory means. And the final surviving team does not necessarily need to have the most number of points on the leaderboard. So all you need to do is to first be eligible to be crowned champion. In order to do that, you need to exceed 80 points. After you surpass 80 points, the next team to get a victory, which is the final surviving team, they will be crowned the champions. That means if by game number 4, we have 4 teams who have got more than 80 points, then in game 5, if one of those 4 teams manages to be the final surviving team, they will immediately be crowned champions. Even if you're in the 4th spot out of those 4 teams, you can still be champions. So that is the game changer in the Garena September Cup this time around, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more a prioritization on who can really win or take that number 1 spot. Just going back to the basics of what Battle Royale Call of Duty Mobile is. But for the prize pool, it is a total of 25,000 US dollars, and the grand champion will be grabbing the 10,000 US dollars. It goes down up to the 6th place, but 10K was overall. We've been talking about this. It's 1.4 million in pesos.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, not 100,000 pesos. Sorry, 100K. No. See, I heard a little bird whisper in my ear. Someone said, "Oh, it's not about the money, bro." Well, if you could walk away with the number 1 spot, it's definitely all about the money. Grand champion walks away with 10,000 US dollars. That's absolutely insane. After a long hiatus, we are back in here with the Battle Royale tournament, and to introduce 25,000 US dollars as the prize pool, I would say it's totally insane. This is Garena giving back big time to the community, and I want to see more of these competitions coming on through. But today, for the grand finals, our focus is going to be on these 6 maps. We will rotate between Isolated as well as Blackout. We get a total of 6 games to play, but there might also be a potential where we end by game 3 or game 4 if one of those teams goes absolutely crazy consistently, Neb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if in case 2 or 1 team would try to go in 2 matches, 40 points overall, placement plus elimination, they will activate that victory blitz in just 2 games. And if they win the 3rd one, they would be declared champion. But we've seen that from the playoffs. It's not that easy. And we'll have to find out, though, if they were just joshing us, if they were just tricking us from yesterday. And now this is where they come to play, because this is where everything really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of you guys might be wondering, wait a minute, didn't 4K Overload qualify as well? Yes, 4K Overload, they did qualify, but they acknowledged that there was no way in hell they're going to get the 10,000 USD, so they've dropped out already, unfortunately. I wanted to see after Holy Father ran his mouth so much what he could do out there on the battlefield. I wanted to scream his name out loud and proud today.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the man does not give me the pleasure to do that, but it's okay, Holy Father. Hopefully in the next competition we'll see you rock something out here. It's understandable as well, because many of these players have moved on to become content creators. They play on their iPads. I play on the iPad. Asking me to play on mobile, bro, even I will run, Neptune.
I mean, I can only run. If I play mobile, I won't be able to slide. I won't be able to jump and shoot. So definitely, I would run. But I mean, it's difficult, especially for me. I'm way older than you. My eyesight is not better, and playing in a mobile phone, like, I can only see the shadow of the opponent. So
even an iPad is not big enough for you, bro.
I would need a TV to play on.
Amen. So here's the thing, right? And that's what makes all of these players so amazing. The players out there who are dominating on those mobile phones, they are young kids, young adults as well, and they are phenomenal when it comes to the movements, right? One of the best things that some of these Call of Duty mobile players are known for are those movements. And if you want to compare multiplayer and Battle Royale, obviously BR has got those crazier movements out there, and some of these guys just know how to get it done better. But on the grand final stage, when you have got thousands of people tuning in to see exactly what you are made of, maybe that would be the factor to make some of these guys a tad bit nervous. I know it's not a LAN tournament yet, but of course, I'm pretty sure the pressure is still pretty much on their shoulders there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, given the prize pool, given the prestige, as well as the challenge that they have to go through from the qualifiers, group stages, and even into the knockout stage, it's non-stop overall, and I think that's where they felt it. Even for those who on the group stages were, I would say, complaining or finding it different, where in each group are alternating. That's the only time that we're giving you that chance, because once you go into the knockout stage, it's non-stop. Even in grand finals, it's non-stop. So I guess that begs to differ. Who really has the stamina to win it all?
And you know, there's an old saying, crybabies will always find something to complain about. True champions, they take on any bit of challenge and they just bust through it. These top 16 teams are those guys, right? And obviously, we've got a lot of expectations out here. 6 matches, Isolated as well as Blackout. Are we going to see one team dominate all throughout? Are we going to see a little bit of a even pacing out there? Because, like I said, it's been quite a while since both you and I have partnered up here as shoutcasters for COD and BR. It's been quite a while since we've had a tournament, and many of the OG players, unlike us OG casters, we have reappeared. They have not appeared again. I would love to see some of these OG players make a good comeback here, but perhaps as we build this up little by little, right? This is just the first competition. It's the September Cup. I don't know if we will have the October Cup and a November Cup and a December Cup. We will keep you guys updated on that, but I am pretty sure this is not going to be a one-off, right? This is the comeback of COD and BR here in Garena, and I'm absolutely excited for it. I mean, you and I have both been missing from the CODM casting scene for a while. This is how big it is. If it was big enough to bring both the Mustachio and AJ back in, Mustachio as well as Neptune back in here. You know it's going to be exciting, man. I cannot wait to see exactly what these players have got in here for us, and especially as to who's going to walk away with 10,000 USD. Can you imagine? Of course, granted, there were the qualifiers, there was the group stage as well as the playoffs, but we are also talking about just 6 maps. These 6 maps in here today can determine whether or not you walk away with just a few thousand USD or 10,000 USD. That's a huge difference.
Bro, but we're still talking about 1,000. I mean, a few thousand or 10,000, but it's still in 1,000 USD. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, and every single team out here, the top 16, obviously, because the Philippines, Call of Duty Mobile was born in the Philippines, all right? It will die in the Philippines as well. The Philippines owns this game pretty much. And USD to pesos, the last time I checked, holy mama, that's a lot of money, right? Like you said, 1.4 million pesos in total for grabs. I love this for the pro players. And guess what? Just yesterday, it was announced that every single team that participated in the group stage will walk away with a base CP prize. And we also have got placement prizes for CP as well, right? We didn't manage to get the graphics up for it, but obviously the players are all pretty much very much aware of this. They get to walk away with the cash prize, and even the teams that don't walk away with the cash prize still get a ton of CP in their accounts. I love that. I think this is a great combination of the times where we used to have like the plunge as well as our community gladiators mixed up into one. I am very excited for the future of COD MBR here in Garena, and obviously these players are too, because they have been waiting for a long time for this depth.
Definitely. I mean, a Battle Royale revival has joined us, has shown us today in this year. And as you did mention, I mean, it's about, like, the year's about to end, and we have seen this at the Garena September Cup, and it might not be within this year. It might be, I don't know, still don't know anything about that, but I'm pretty sure it will happen. It will happen. More of this would be happening, and that's why, with all the excitement, or I don't know, excitement plus drama that's happening right now.
So much drama, man! So much drama. You know, I was so tempted to pick up my mic, say something, but I was thinking it's okay. Some of these players, you know, they've been waiting for a long time, and they're just upset, right? They're just upset. They don't know who to complain to. They can't go and complain to their mommy and their daddy, because their mommy and daddy don't know anything about Call of Duty Mobile. The only ones they can complain to is the COD community, and the COD community is very kind. They listen. I wanted to say something too, but I thought it's okay. We'll allow our brothers to talk, but I really wanted to see what some of them could do out there, and then they pulled out. They pulled out before the most important day, saying that, oh, 25,000. Nobody wants 25,000 USD. What? You guys would. So many people want 25,000 USD. What you talking about, boy? But,
well,
you know,
for the team itself, for the brand itself, there's still one chance for them to get that. So
the
I
deserving
guess,
ones. The deserving ones, I have to say. And some of these boys, we do know them, right? I mean, from a long time ago. We've got Yato in there. We've got Tom Peeves, Super Jeff. Oh, dude, I tell you. They carry the brand of Four Kings very well. That's the one thing I have to say. I really hope the best for them, but obviously we've got a few others in here as well, Neptune. You know, Cosa Nostra has been doing very well in the competition. We've got IE and Rage. I feel like they're just a step over Exodus, but you never know, right? It's a 50-50 between them. But I do want to see overall who gets to take the fight to the Four Kings today, because they are a truly dominant squad out there when it comes to COD MBR.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the name itself, even the community has seen so much of Four Kings, but we want to see some of the brands as well, or the players as well, coming from different brands, the OG brands. Like, we do have a Blackfire who at some point is a mix of those coming from Vagabonds, and some of them as well, like Here's one thing. I've seen a few players from the knockout stage coming from VVB. And you know the brand. It's an OG brand. But
Yes.
unfortunately, they didn't make that cut. So if only at least one could have made it, the legacy continues. But the teams right now will bring a different legacy overall. This is where the dream will stay alive, as well as heroes will be made. Because the grand finals is about to start. I'm looking forward to how and who's going to dominate the first game, letting off all that steam after waiting for a few moments. And for this moment as well, they need to get that much points to be able to stack up and be eligible for the Victory Blitz.
It's all about the money, baby. Today is the day. Yeah, pride and all. We are going to push pride aside because after a long hiatus, we are back in here with COD and BR tournaments, and the top 16, I think they've already earned enough pride for themselves. It is now all about the money, baby, as the flight path is going to be cutting through Estate all the way down to Harbor, opening up hot sites like Black Market as well as New Vision City. This is going to be heated, and obviously one of the main things is going to be where that first circle is going to go, right? If you don't guess this one right, you're probably going to be dodging as you find that first zone later on.
Yeah, most of the time we've seen it gears away from the initial flight path. But right now, I think the flight path is still within the middle or somewhat in the middle of the map. And I'm guessing the middle would be somewhat in the farm, or it would go down south, where in the middle of that first flight would be in pipeline. But as you can see, there's no problem for teams, whether it's like the flight path is geared towards the west or the east. They can reach across wherever they need to go. There's even a lot of opportunities like the chopper available for them, and even vehicles up front for them to move even further all throughout the map.
Neptune, there's a party here in the frigid wetlands as well as Ski Town. And I think they did not invite us, so they are going to pay the big price here. Ski Town has got our boys from the Four Kings, and it looks like Get is already on the way to pick up some of those stuff. But if we take a quick peek over Frigid Wetlands, 3 squads dropping in here, and Gecko Z will be the first one to get shut down by Klebsy. Easy takedown early game, so obviously he took advantage instantaneously in the gulag. Gecko Z goes, and that's pretty much a no-brainer for that guy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good thing that they have Gulag as a fallback as well, if in case you fail your initial engagement. And if you win that, you instantly get back to the team. But one thing that teams really like Delta would be needing at this point is a little bit of more of position. Because it seems like for the early parts, if they're off position, when a team against Leap, you will be falling down easily. If in case Leap, the ones who took down Gecko TZ, managed to just decided to go and rush everyone, it might be the end for Delta at that point, and that would be a difficult situation to deal with, even especially with the pressure of the grand finals is on each and every team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously the teams just trying their best to stay away from each other as of this point of time. And KM2, Hades, NA, keeping an eye on these boys from the side of OBS main. Cloudy just slowly creeping around, understanding that he's got the long-range weapon, he's got the sniper in his hands, but what he does not have is a little bit of extra confidence to take on these boys all at the same time, because they're stacked, man. Look at Paul, 10.7k in his pocket, almost equaling the total prize pool in the #1 spot at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely buy your own airdrop arsenal, equip yourself, but they don't want to risk that. They don't want to be in a risk of being gunned down later on before that airdrop even get into play. But as you can see right now, we have KM2 pulling away, or no, only one player though, just roaming around, just strolling. And that's probably one reason why OBS, or Claudia to be exact, is being cautious, because if in case he'll be able to catch one off guard, it does have that Fennec in hand. So yep, you have the long range, you have that Fennec available for you. You'll be able to go into short range engagement as well, instant 1 point for you. But for Blackfire, we've seen this so many times, and they will be prioritizing on a chopper, but they might be seeing Immortal Esports, or IE, in this point is more of an information gameplay as Berto and the rest of the teams in Blackfire will try to go in for the jump. There goes Shockwave plus a little bit of firepower, but Carl with the R9, going in for the hit, but Red managed to come back and take that revenge.
Yeah, beautifully done here. An alien from up top has managed to shut down Red before he can get away. The rest of the players here from the side of Blackfire in a little bit of trouble. Naxi pulls out the snowboard, tries to get away. 50% HP still on him. Problem is Alien does have the snowboard on him as well. Whips it out yet again.
Your teammate has been
And he gets sent to the gulag.
That's just it. I mean, not even a time for you to flinch. You just black out and you will wake up in the gulag. Well, the rest of the teams will deal with what's going to happen next. We still have Nat, as well as one more player from Immortal Esports, and going against a 2v2 between against Blackfire, but Nash TZ. Well, Luki and Nash TZ, they have been a team from the past, and I guess they are still sticking up with the usual tactic. Let's see if they'll be able to bring up more points right now, because this is what they need. Compared to what we've seen in Knockout Stage, Blackfire seems to be shying away initially from getting those elimination points, wherein they have the strength to deal with a different team overall.
Yeah, Blackfire now just needs to be a little patient here. Berto didn't really succeed in the gulag, so he's got to wait for his buddies to buy him back. They've got the money, but they just need to be a little bit patient here, because one wrong move, and here comes the boys who can end their run, IE and Rage. On the way to the top, Luki on his foot trying to get away alongside Nash Z. As Red wins that gulag, is back in here. The deployment for the side of Blackfire just staggered at this point of time, and obviously they are in a tad bit of a risk here.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Leap this time around is dealing with Valdrus. And my bro almost being in with an FHJ.
Usangala.
For him. That's not a weapon that you're going to go in a CQC, but well, it is what it is right now. Probably a misclick as well, but they're still alive though. They're still alive in the full squad.
Thankfully, his buddies were there to save him from the little boo-boo. But, you know, I mean, I've been victim to the SMRs in the past. It's fairly effective when you're going up against a noob. Probably not in a lobby like this when you've got some of the best in the Philippines taking each other on. Whipping out an SMRS isn't the best of ideas. Three of the players on the side of REH in the gulag! And that is a lucky enough revival at the very final second before the last player got taken down there. I think one of those players got the win in the gulag and right back in it. We are still with 16 teams now.
Yeah, well, definitely 16 teams, and no one's going off just yet because of that gulag insurance policy.
Holy
and
mama.
Not even the teams are being that aggressive as well. So you can see the slowdown in the gameplay. There's not so much of aggression. Yes, you can, like we found initial engagement. We see initial fights happening, but there's a little bit of caution that is being shown by the teams. Even the four kings are shying away from getting initial elimination in this point. So you can feel the pressure. You can feel the pressure overall. And we might see all of those engagement in a bit once the next phase of a circle. And it's shying away from everyone else with standoff as well as downtown in the middle.
This is just absolutely deadly, because that's just how Garena Call of Duty Mobile is geared up right now. Those circles are nasty and they just fly away from you. And in a lobby that's as heated as this, it's deadly if you're one of those final few players who are making your way in. But Seiya, not wanting to take a risk here on the side of IE and Rage, as the final player alive, the rest of his team members still waiting for their turn in the gulag. So he makes the decision to back away instead of taking advantage of shutting down Red here. So Blackfire again walking away with a little bit of luck on their side.
Yeah, well, luck as well as motivation, a little bit of confidence as well. After winning up some of those engagement against IE, then that would give them all those things in one package. Now let's see if that's something that they can pull out later on once they get into the circle and battle for those who are already waiting, as Leap Kleptazi is going in for initial together with a flank coming from Sato, and Delta would be feeling the wrath of the
Hoorah!
leap team,
Bye!
and KG would be taken out initially from this fight. And Resident Delta, I think it's only one push and they might be taken out.
Yeah, KG says GG, bro, as he gets shut down, and Gecko Z hits a double. This man is on fire as he looks right behind, but blocked out by the smoke. Tatasi manages to clap him right back after he rips away two of their team members. So Leap stays in the run. But still, 16 teams are in here, truly fit for this grand finals. Everybody refusing to fall, Nep.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a slow game. It would be a minimal engagement beginning at this point. But Bave, Trevor almost being taken down. Hajime would be coming back in here, going in for Glide. And RGD might be feeling the wrath of Pave in this game. Pave Omni goes in for a hit against Indra. Now, Hajime, with a first initial frag, the rest of the teams might have been pushed away already as we take a peek at 4Kings, who has been hanging into the edge of a circle with the vehicles as well as just preparing themselves on an onslaught that's going to unfold in a bit.
And this is the one and only 4Kings. Super Jeff and squad. Look at them, man. Stacked on the cash. And hitting the chip upgrade because they know their priorities, right? Not looking for those engagements, not looking for those early points, making sure they get that ad drop, making sure they get all of their guns from the gunsmith before they get involved in some heavy engagements, looking for the circle, prioritizing the big prize at the end of the day. What Overload said no to, they want a piece of 10,000 USD. Possibly already halfway to the hands of 4Kings because once again, they have got the quality. It is for the other teams to put a stop to them today, Nat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they can find any approach that might take down at least one or two players from 4Kings, it would cut off their feet and it would slow down any movement that they will need to do to be able to get into that victory blitz eligibility. Yeah. But a lot of slowdown has been happening and only a few engagement, but is RGD, Costa, as well as believe this is a leap in a three-way battle as Valdruz right now trying to chase into the blue, and a little bit of gunshots coming as well from campsite now as they try to survive the zone. I guess this is the time that we might be seeing a few of the teams being eliminated in this game.
That is unfortunate. The first team to get taken out of the equation here as the rest of them squeeze on in. But that is an expected feature of this map as those circles tighten on in. Too many of these teams will find their fate. And right here, and another one is about to be shut down. One of them, the one and only Rigid TSG. With one player inside the gulag already, they're trying to play this as slow as possible. The rest of them on the side of Team K, OBS main, have got the high ground advantage, looking for those shots. But it looks like Team Rigid does not want to fight. Cloudy moves on to the bottom. He has got vantage point here up against Lay, but Lay hiding away. As OBS, Paul now drops down to the ground, waiting for someone to pick him up.
Yep, Paul has fallen. And let's see if he'll be able to get back up for RGD. Lay will also try to be picked up, but Paul, no recovery is being done by the team. And OBS would still be hanging in with 3, but there is a little bit of smoke action to give them the opportunity. It seems like it will be a 4-man strong that they will be prioritizing and using later on against teams like RGD. And there goes the shots by Slashy. A little anticipation on where Sekre is, but I think Sekre is in a safe spot right now, going in further to take away Fry on the other side.
Oh my, 2 more players left in here. The other 2 in the gulag. Sekre and Slashy need to survive somehow. But it doesn't look like Slashy is playing this safe at all. Just trying to take advantage of that high ground that he has on his side. On the flip side of things, you've got the 4Kings once again in action. Dre shut down as he turned his back up against Super Jeff, but Clancy claps him right back. 4Kings in a lot of trouble. Yato down on the ground as well. Tom Bibbs looking for the save up against 2 players, and he bears one down alongside Cat. 4Kings are still alive and kicking, finally sent into the gulag. The players on the side of Ivy have to find some way back in here alongside OBS.
Yeah, I mean, Poison Ivy could have taken advantage of the high ground they have, but it was the movement of Tom Peeps as well that saves him. He went in for the one, goes in for a slide, tried to load up, and then once the other player from the side of Poison Ivy steps in, he still managed to go for that elimination. That Blackfire also receiving a little bit of elimination, and 2 will be going back to the Gulag. I know that they have been sent earlier, but they also have that Gulag token to play with. So even if they fall down, there's still an opportunity for them to come back into play.
Oof. 3 teams eliminated already. A heated battle in here for the first match of this grand finals. And obviously the main suspects are all in here. And obviously 4 Kings not going to be stuck in the Gulag for too long. Right back in it as they drop back in. Super Jeff managing to take 2 players down before getting kicked out earlier on up against Clepsy. And they won that rematch up against 2 players. Get right beside him as they try to shut them down. Neptasi managing to get away, stays down straight to the ground. And out of here they go. They do not want to fight 4 Kings again.
Yeah, they know exactly who they are facing, and they will be backing away. At least better position right now, and also good chance to gatekeep the 4 Kings. So they're just going for opportunities overall. And the 4 Kings, if they rush in straight and to the hands of Leap, then they might be going down in a bit. Unless they go in for a different flank and meet up a different team, then that's a different story that we might be seeing out of 13 teams. Lip Unbound is going in for a fight against Pave, or rather against Blackfire, and the goal would be dealing with the 10th elimination for the team at this point.
And the pace, it seems like it slowed down, but don't let what you see on your screen fool you at this point of time. We only can look at 1 player at a time, unfortunately. Yes, Sleep off! Beautiful rewind. Anbu now knows exactly what to expect. The players up top, a tad bit confused, but 4 Kings, Tom Peeps taken out. No more revival for you, and the rest of them closing down on each and every single one of the players here on the side of 4 Kings. And unfortunately, you've got the players of Rigid TSG here, all full health. She tried to shut them down one after the other. They know exactly who they are, like you said, Neptune, and they want to make sure they take 4 Kings out of the equation early, and we've only got the one and only Super Jeff left in here to save them.
Hell, let's see, though, Super Jeff doesn't look that super in that fight. It was just sitting down and unable to move, and I believe that is the end for teams of 4 Kings in this battle. 9 teams remaining at this point. Even Pave managed to survive with Trevor on the helm, but he needs to be careful. He needs to be slow in rushing in and not to be careless, because we've seen how that happened. If you face against probably a team like Blackfire or Rigid, then you might be going down and saying goodbye for the opportunity to get more points.
Oh, this is D-Day here. Blackfire, everybody just trying to avoid engagements as much as possible. It's unlike the good old days where you can keep on reviving again and again and again until that last revival flight. Now, you clunk out too many times, and that's the end of the road for you. Kleptasi managing to clap yet another lick, taken out of the equation this time round. Anbu looking for one. Wild sprays all around the players from the side of Leap. Just try to get lucky here with one of those connections.
Yeah, let's see, though, if that's something that they can work with at this point. Well, the distance might not work, but at least they're chipping in a little bit of damage against the team. Nash Daisy, well, trying to survive. Only 16 in HP. Did manage to top up on that, but unfortunately for Berto, he will be eliminated. Only 3 remains for Blackfire. As we'll look into Leap, Unbound, Anbu, they will try to tank the zone as they flank away from Leap main, as well as Blackfire, as well as Immortal Esports, who is on our side, and Void, as well as Bird, managed to see Trevor, and I think that is it for Pave Omni.
Yeah, Dugo can still be picked up here. They just need to get close enough to him before they can do something. And the players are all up on their feet. MJ is there. They quickly drop the smokes as well. Good play defensively, and therefore Leap Unbound Anbu is going to be pretty much perfect as they enter this next circle. It's definitely a tad bit crowded in there. 16 more players left, And we don't have so many of those squads who are all perfect. One of the few is IE and Rage SS, who don't have any bit of competition on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are keeping their distance, making sure that they will be a 4-man strong later on. But I think they don't have any idea that Leap and Bound is also a 4-man strong. So if they can keep it up until the final moment, then it might be a 4v4 in a bit. KM2 has left the building, and now Leap, well, despite of the ball being picked up, Gugo will be taken out, leaving 3 for Leap Anbu, as MJ putting a pressure on a different kind of Leap on the other side. Cleft to Z and Sato, and turning it to the other side, sees Carl, but the rush is a little too quick, and MJ would be going down from the hands of Alien.
Yeah, unfortunate. MJ was just sticking to one spot. As the rewind player, that was the wrong move. He couldn't run away. He couldn't hit the rewind because that'll just rewind him right to that same spot. Got clapped as he got flanked around from the back. And team number 6, IE and Rage SS, as anticipated, on the opposite side of the battlefield, all three watching everything break down on the battlefield with the extra advantage to choose who they want to focus all of their gunfights towards, and they walk away with the first victory of the day here at the grand finals of our September Cup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, though it is crappy in the beginning, even towards the end, on how the teams has been dealing with the grand finals. This is just one of the showing off Immortal Esports and Rage SS that they can get that victory, and they are racing for that victory blitz as well. So I did mention that's the first map of I still don't know how close it would be or how easy can they repeat this, because it seems like even in terms of elimination, the teams are not getting that high. So it might still be a long way before they reach at 80 points.
Yeah, so far, throughout the whole phase of this competition, IE and Rage has only managed to score 1 victory on Isolated. This is their second one, so I would say it's a fantastic start to the day. Regardless of how they've done on the other days, the leaderboard has been reset. Everybody's starting from 0. As long as you get the job done today, then it's all A-okay. I mean, a perfect victory for them, giving them those 10 placement points. We're not too sure exactly how many eliminations they walked away with at the end, but it was definitely more than 15 now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of potential targets that they had. And even from those on Blackfire, it was, or rather on Leap and Bound, it was an easy approach when they just got in. They received a little bit of damage, but the way they went in on a quick pinch against MJ, that added more to their elimination. And if I'm mistaken, like more than 15 is the right number, but definitely that it is close to 30 points. If they'll be able to do it in 3 more matches, probably exceeding that, and like 3 more matches, they would be achieving that victory blitz eligibility, and they might be able to get that victory or that championship, as well as our match winner for the first game. It is IN Range SS with Seiya, Alien, Carl, and Nath. Alien with 7 elimination, Carl with 9, Nath with 1, and full support coming from Seiya.
Again, we would like to stress it's not just the race for points in this grand finals. You have to focus on the victory. Victory basically means your team is the final surviving team of the lobby. Once you have exceeded 80 points, you must be the final survivor of the lobby in order to win the competition, because that's what it is, right? At the end of the day, it's all about survival in Battle Royale, and that's what we want to focus on. And our MVP for this first match, 9 eliminations strong. This man, he's got a baby face, but he's a monster out there. IE Carl SS is absolutely shutting down all of those players out there. 17 total eliminations for the squad, and out of the 17, 9 of them grabbed by this monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Carl has shown great potential overall, not only in this game, not only this day, but also in previous one, putting IE and Rage onto that board. Now, following them would be Leap, Unbound, Anbu with 24 total points, 18 elimination, and only second in place. Thus, it goes down on the placement point. Region TSG as well. I mean, talk about lower in placement point, but 18 elimination, even beating those in number 1. If in case they survive a little bit longer, then they would still be, or they could have been on that top spot by the end of this game.
Arguably, Rigid TSG is the best team out there from our group stage as well as our knockout stage. They've managed to grab quite a number of victories here on Isolated. 4 to be specific. They have got the second highest placement points. But when you look at the eliminations, this is where the team shines. Rigid TSG is not a team you want to mess around with out there on the battlefield. And they prove it once again. 18 eliminations, although only 3 placement points this time around for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they start farming. As long as they can increase that numbers, then they will be able to do so. And in terms of victory as well, you did mention how many victories they have. So they're quite familiar in getting that and playing with that if in case needed. And we keep talking about victory blitz where definitely it is needed. But on the grand finals matches, we are done with the first Isolated. We're jumping in onto Blackout, wherein there's no gulag, but the same tactics of dog tags will be back. So it's just a reset of the OG gameplay coming from Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, okay, I'm excited, right? So we are all in love with the gulag, but we also want to see some of these OG dog tag plays because, what's more exciting than going in there and fighting for your life is going in there to save your team members dog tag. But of course, we don't expect to see a lot of amateur plays out there. We do expect to see most of these teams kind of just sticking together, not too far away from each other to pick up those dog tags. So, but of course, we can't be too sure, right? Because we never know exactly what's the strategy going to be like there for some of these squads there.
Yeah, I mean, from the past, when we look at Battle Royale, the rewind would be a great use of this. Just a motorcycle and a rewind. And if I'm mistaken, that was a Tokyo gameplay. So unfortunately, you won't be seeing Tokyo at this point. But there's just a signature of how that, like the dog tag pickup, has been popularized by a lot of teams, by different gameplay and the usage of the skills as well. It's not just the rewind, the smoke bomber, even some of which that is less often being used, like the pump. You can use that to get all those dog tags in the different unorthodox fashion overall. So hopefully we'll see more of that in Blackout. And there's no restriction, though, on how much they want to change in terms of their class. So they can use all of that in different maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, they can hop on to whatever class that they want out there as they deem fit. One of those classes that they will not be able to use today is the hacker class. We saw a little bit of a glitch with it during the knockout stage as well as the group stages. We wanted to verify it, and when we saw it happen twice, we removed it from the equation already. So you're not going to be able to disable your opponents in the thick of the action, which kind of ups the difficulty a little bit in the grand finals here. They've been able to, I don't want to use the word abuse, but that's exactly what I'm going to say. They were able to abuse the hacker during the group stage as well as the knockout stage, but not here at the grand finals, which just ups the ante a little bit. And this is where the pressure really starts to build. If you're one of those teams out there who usually gets the job done, and now in this first game, you see a team like IE and Rage get the first victory. You're like, wait a minute, what is wrong? Did they get lucky or did we get sloppy? That's all they need to think about right now as we head on into Blackout. I'm expecting to see even more lethal fights out here because you've got the dog tag play instead of the gulag now.
Yeah, exactly. And there's one thing as well, like grand finals often change the face of a team. You know, like in the previous stages of the competition, it doesn't have to be that number one as long as they are part of the group stage or the knockout stage. But let's take a look at what the teams are fighting for, because this is what really matters when it comes to grand finals. Probably one reason as well why IE and Rage is getting that first victory is because they want to get that $10,000 US and the champion of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if you just get the 5th spot at the minimum, you're already more than 100,000 pesos. 100,000 pesos is a lot, but 1.4 million pesos on the table today. And just walking away with the 5th spot, you get to walk away with 100K pesos. I think that in itself is already a solid payday. But that's not what these teams are aiming for. Yes, we love the community. Yes, we want to go out there and we want to fight for COD and BR, but we definitely want to get our hands on the 10,000. How much is 10,000 USD, Nep?
10,000 USD is around $500,000. So like, let's just use 50,000. 50 pesos as $1. So $500,000, and that would be what a champion would be getting. So if you're a team who really wants to help out the community, grab that champion and then just like help out the community. You can
help your own team out. Go use the money for yourself. Get an upgrade on your streamer setup. Buy yourself some new mobile devices. Go enjoy your money, man. That's exactly what Garena is putting out all of this money for. You know, don't throw it back in here. No, you keep it for yourselves. You guys enjoy. Wait for us to throw more at you.
Oh, yeah.
Because all of these pesos, all of these USD out there, they're not given. They are earned, right? These boys are going out. It's not an easy lobby, Nep. I think what I and Rage SS has managed to do in this first game is phenomenal. You're managing to walk away with 17 eliminations on the first isolated map itself. It's crazy. But what is going to kind of be most important here is the consistency throughout these matches, because you can't just pop off on your first game and then kind of sink away towards the end, right? I want to see some back-to-back champions. I know I'm asking for too much because we're just here at the introduction of our tournament after a long time with the Garena September Cup. But can you imagine one team goes out there, they win the first prize this time around, we bring in another competition, they win the first prize there as well. They are going to be the first BR team in a long time to call themselves millionaires in pesos.
Definitely. I mean, $500,000 in one and the other half on the others. And it's I know it's so much effort, it's so much grit, grind that teams are needing at this point, and they're still at it. But this is what is needed. If you really want to get hard-earned cash, you need to work hard for it, and teams are working hard for it right now. Even drops is quite different compared to what we've seen in knockout stage. Not so much of those potential hot drops, because they're growing smart. They don't want to being taken down early unless they let go of that ego. Then yes, that's where the early engagement will be happening.
Oh, that's the toughest thing, man. Letting go of ego.
Oh yeah.
Shout out, by the way, to our community co-streamers online. You've got like people like the beautiful Myrtle streaming out there as well. So don't forget to drop by their streams. If you're already on their stream, don't forget to drop by the main broadcast as well to say hello to us. We've got Doxy Gaming, Charlene San Pedro, Myrtle Sarosa, Kenchi Gaming, as well as KC Bay, who are the official COD community co-streamers. Once again, don't forget to drop by their streams and say hello.
And also, we have a watch party that is happening in the Philippines, in Santa Mesa, for those of you who are in there. Unfortunately, I'm not in the Philippines right now. Well, for those of you who want to join the community as well, you can join the party in the watch party. So head on over to Cyber Zone in SM Santa Mesa, and you'll be able to meet a few of the content creators as well as the KOLs, and most of which is like the community themselves, people that we often play with in the game.
Absolutely. And KG could not step away. 3 dog tags for Gecko Z to pick up. And he says, maybe later, bro. It's a little dangerous down there right now. Man picks up an armor instead of hopping on down to meet his doom. Of course, he can't take too long here because those dog tags do have a timer on them. And at the end of it, he will be all alone, which is not going to fare this squad too good at all by the end of it. Delta main.
Oh, no.
One final one. He hits the rewind right back to the same spot. Unfortunate. Ball right up on top. Drops one. Takes those shots. 82 HP left in your Gecko Z. Oh! He catches ball off guard. That's the play from the final survivor of Delta main.
Yeah, I mean, good win overall. It's just trading places right now. Just make sure that he'll be able to get at least one dog tag and scan them and play that cycle once again. So KG might be brought back in. Here comes the rush by Chloe and a rewind by Gecko CC. The game switch has been done, but the deed as well has been done in covering at least one of the players from their team.
You gotta hate that rewind, bro. You gotta freaking hate that rewind. Just when you thought you caught him with his pants down, he disappears.
Dog tag.
Freaking magician. Asta trying to say hasta la vista, but it's his own players getting kicked out of the lobby. Ryu, 90 HP, flanks around, and thanks to his buddy KM2XNA from up top, Don gets taken out of the equation. KM2 needs to big click right up here, but they know that there's still a little bit of a danger here from the final surviving player. Asta sneaking around, looking for those dog tags as KM2 picks up their buddy.
Alcino, KM2, 4-man strong. Rizlik is back in play, and they might be able to meet not only Faldraus but also one player from Pave. And Pave is trying their best to really do so much in terms of elimination as well as survivability, and then even Trevor, despite of having 3 teams or 2 teams against them, managed to go in for that survival mode. So I love fighting spirit coming from teams that we seldom see in the engagement department, but this is Battle Royale, and that's the name of the game. But also, Exodus hasta la vista finally spotting one player from Faldraus, and they have grabbed their 5th elimination.
Yeah, I mean, man came up with the wrong name there. He's supposed to say hasta la vista, but he gets it said to him. Achibe, out of Pave, thought he could just quickly sneak one away here from the side of KM2, but they have got this space on lockdown. I think they're MP players, bro.
they want to go on the raid battle. I mean, this is a statement. They want to go on a raid match right now, and it seems like Lead flipped the seat. Oh, beautiful! Unrest Link, and then Sato from the other side. I mean, great flank, great bait and switch for them to take advantage of the confusion that KM2 has. And, well, they are confused. They're running away.
Yeah, bro. I mean, this is Leap main. You can see exactly why they're main, because that was a smooth move in there. Instant double shutdown, and Kleptasi with that rewind, moment he gets that knock, instead of getting the information sent back and him getting flanked around, he just jets out of there, re-enters the compound looking for more. KM2 on the other hand finds my bro, not my bro, your bro, their bro. Whoever's bro he is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to join us once again. At our watch party, we've got people like Sad King, Adam Manuel, Izzy, Izzy Cadillo, Myung Lipbite. Myung Lipbite. I've seen this guy before, I have to say. He's one of the cutest creators out there. I saw the content that he created with Myrtle. Absolutely hilarious. We've got Fernando as well as Sherry Zawa. I'm upset that I can't be there at the watch party now.
Yeah, I'm upset that I left the Philippines and unable to go for the watch party as well. But I'm happy. I'm happy as well, because as to where I am right now. But I don't think that is the same for Faldraus, because so far they have been staying in that estate area for the longest time, and they keep failing. They even lost one of their players, and it makes it difficult for them to even survive. But for Blackfire, Red has brought Red to Islao and Cosa, losing the player or the entire squad.
I mean, that was a tad bit unfortunate. They got caught out in the open. Not a lot of defenses around them. Couldn't sneak away with their skills. And it's exactly what happens in a lobby like this. You have to be very careful, especially when you rotate out in the open. If you don't have a vehicle, if you don't have those snowballs on you. And that's the one key feature in COD and BR. Even in the desert, you can use your snowboard.
Should they name it to just a board? That's snowboard?
Maybe.
Kyle TZ. Hoverboard. Kyle TZ for taking it against Hasbu, and quite surprising. I mean, IE and Rage was showing earlier, but Exodus is nowhere to be nowhere to be seen at this point. In terms of placement, they were 9 before the game started, and it's seldom that we see IE Exodus in this position. Most of the time, they're the one leading in terms of elimination as well as getting all those victory. But I don't know. Probably it's the grand finals jitter that they're experiencing in this game.
Absolutely, man. I mean, we totally understand exactly why that is. The next circle is going to be moving towards Array, as well as firing range. Quite a number of teams still outside. It's not for too long. Almost got clapped, this guy. Managing to get off that zip line down on the ground. KM2 will lose one player as Aspect catches up with him from the side of Leap. And this is the complication of looking for that circle, because this is where some players get a tad bit careless with their rotation now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you will not be careful on your rotation out in the open, you might be like Koro right now, who will be relying on the Marceline or the inaccuracy of your opponent to be able to survive. But there it goes. Even better than his Shockwave is using a vehicle to push out your opponent, but Instinct, with his instinctively good play, he was able to survive and even has a good chance to fire back. But I said that a little bit sooner, Yato brings him down.
And obviously you can depend on Yato to absolutely clap some of these players out there. Man is a legend for a good reason, and Gat shows up. Used to be a wonder kid, now he's a wonder man out. But he's got no cash though. As I say that, he loots up his opponent and is not battle ready yet with all of that money, but they have already went in for the strike onto the main item, getting the chip upgrade. One of the main intentions of the squad in the initial games. You've got your OBS main squad here as well, with the scan on those dog tags, two of their players on standby to make their way back in here. Cloudy and Bob, they just need to find a way to stay alive as Team Leap is hunting them down on the outside.
Yeah, let's see now if Fry will be able to cook at this point as he waits for the rest of the team. But same battle continues from when we left for Kings. Earlier, Get was the ones going in for the hit, and now after Super Jeff has been pushed away, he still continues and even use that broken car as their defense. Now, let's see if they'll be able to go in for the fight against Blackfire, as only 2 remains though for Blackfire, but Yato has been cleared out by Berto. But aggression of Berto, most often than not, is the cause of them failing.
Oh, Get just waiting for that opportune moment. What a crazy backslide by Red, and he gets Yato taken down with the grenades as well. And it looks like the 4 Kings are about to get toasted. It's all up to Super Jeff and Yato to somehow survive this and hold on to their heads. Super Jeff makes that rotation. It looks like the players of Blackfire are still on the hunt, Nep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Blackfire, I'm seeing the aggression coming from Berto, but there's a little bit of cautiousness compared to what we've seen them before. But here comes Loki coming back, so they are 4-man strong, and they would need to get that victory or for them to be able to catch up to what some of the teams on the top 3 has done, possibly reaching the 20-point mark and above. Now, Poison Ivy, despite of 6 elimination that we've seen from them, they were aggressive from the isolated map, and now there's a little bit slowdown from their movement. So let's see if they can increase more of the numbers, as Licked, as well as Kyle TZ goes in for a hit, and some of the players of OBS.
Yeah, this time Fry got fried out there in the open. I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles here, but look at this, man. 39 more players. And they are looking for a fight. Look at Ivy Lick here, going in for the change onto Aspect, trying to run him down. But it looks like there's no one there. With a sliver of health left, and Lick still gets the final save. Final bullet on the coffin. And Ivy Lick smashes him. My goodness, that's how you go in for the chase.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not quite sure if he stole a snowboard or he has one of his own, but how he went in for the chase, it's not just to keep up, but also the damage that a player, and he did manage to go in for the final takedown in the nick of time before he gets in across that zone. Now, Ivy still on a roll right now. 9 eliminations already. 3 4-man strong. And even outside of the blue, no one can beat them to it. Even Leap Unbound would be taken down.
Oh, GG for MJ. Taken out of the equation from afar. And that's the problem here when your opponents have managed to hit that airdrop already. They get their custom guns out. They are going to be able to, in a very customized way, send you back to the lobby. As they grin and you cry, Ivy looking for some phenomenal fights out there. 13 eliminations already, and they want more.
And how much more they can bring into the table as Ivy is poisoning
Oh, my.
everyone who is running across them, not even backing away. And seems like Leap would be leaping, hopping, and jumping away out of this team's in line of sight because
Yeah.
Ivy 12 elimination from last time we saw them. That was just 8, and it's just like it's not even
Your teammates
2
return
or
to the
3
battle
minutes
when the
ago.
next
So
revive flight
that's
arrives.
how
Dog
this
tag to the
team
scan
is
successfully.
managing to get as
Your
much
teammate will
elimination as
return to the
possible
battle when the
compared
next
to what we've
revive
seen
flight
of
arrives.
Valkus,
Airdrop
where
incoming.
Asta's the only one
The safe
remaining.
zone is
The rest of the teams are out in play, but the confidence of still where or using that vehicle out,
Yeah.
being able to gun down, it doesn't matter as long as you can survive and get away that quickly, then they still add up to the points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Sato could not stay alive for much longer. The rest of his team members trying their best to get away. This is Leap Main being tortured. Camo, LPK, a sliver of health left, and Lick catches him as well, lighting his vehicle up on fire. And Ivy is exactly that, on fire.
Definitely, I mean, on fire and ripping everyone to shreds. Now, Poison Ivy, as you can see, it's a firing range coming from this team, not even hiding that much. They know the firepower that they have, especially the arsenal that they grabbed earlier. And Lick is still on the roll in the front and the back. Everyone he targets managed to go down, and they're slowly farming with 15 already, and they are still 4-man strong, which seems like a really tough team to beat.
Yeah, but as you can see, not all of them have got some cash on them. Gray, PJ, Lick, all of them had a little bit of a reset earlier. Kalsi is the only one in here with a little bit of money in his pocket. Back on the loot they go. The squad of Ivy needs to be really careful. Yes, Lick catches out. Team Rigid slashes him out of the equation, but Kalsi dropped and out. No more revivals for this guy.
See now, 16 elimination for Poison Ivy. And there's still a little bit of surprise coming from RBH as well as Rigid from the other side. They've seen a few players, and I think Rigid TSG only has 2 players to deal with or to go for their team, and there will be the slowdown that would be happening unless Secre would be spotted by Blackfire, or it would be the other way around. Berto almost being seen. Dash DC prioritized and targeted first. Berto would be going out next, but it would be in hands of Secre once again. And, well, they're risking everything outside of blue. It might be trouble later on once they steps in, but as long as they can increase their number of elimination, it's all good for them.
Ooh, Secre in the nick of time back inside the safe zone. I don't know what Beto was doing out there, just running straight out into the open. Probably looking for the save on his buddy, but all he found was just gunshots to his chest. And by the way, this is Poison Ivy's comeback game. In the previous match, they only walked away with a total of 3 points. So it's amazing that they already have exceeded those 13-15 eliminations earlier on. That is just absolutely crazy, Nap.
Yeah, I mean, some teams, if they fail one, they just prioritize in getting as much as possible to even up the averages once they get into the next matches. Now, let's see, though, if that helps them to increase the odds of being the next victor or the next champion in this game, as KM2, despite of not seeing them all throughout, they are still up and surviving, and with a full-man squad, they might be able to outgun most of the teams who are stragglers at this point.
And
Enemy down.
question is, can you find one? Yes, they can. As Hajime tries to sneak away, gets caught out either way. Pave with the one and only Cats right on his side. Ryu turns around 180. He hits the rewind instead. But Cats so low though. Still managed to get it. But outside the circle, and he gets clapped either way. Valiant effort, but he gets burned.
Yeah, he got burned. And let's see if the rest of the teams or the other teams will be burned as well, because the blue's closing in. And some of those gatekeeping are still defending that next phase of the circle a little bit stronger. And it's tough to really push back. But for Kings, who is in the same compound as RVH, so it's more of getting that information that might that they are waiting for. And Stellar going stellar in those gunshots, even from afar. he managed to go in for that elimination. Now let's see though, with Poison Ivy in front of them, he definitely needs to slow down. The same goes with Sekre.
Yeah, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hit that like regardless of the platform that you're watching on, especially if you're watching on YouTube. I see many of you haven't clicked that like just yet. Do the Mustachio a favor, get yourselves some of the shout-outs and hit that like. Drop us some comments as well. Say hello as you enjoy this broadcast. 10 more players out there. Make that 9 as Yato finally steps out of his hiding spot. 4K has been camping long enough. And Yato and Get, the double team duo. Yato fighting Kunis, well, one after the other. These boys are now on fire. 12 eliminations for the squad. Team Rigid, on the other hand, still holding on with Stella. 14 eliminations. He wants to play some placement points on his side.
Yeah, I mean, Poison Ivy is in sight, but the backstab might be happening. Coming from 4 Kings, Tom Pips. Now it's a 3v3 situation between 4 Kings and Poison Ivy. The smoke has been released. PJ managed to take down Yato. Tom Peeps has been cleared. And Poison Ivy Yaklis wins this victory.
Poison Ivy Eklis, what a phenomenal comeback. 3 points, just 3 points. They managed to walk away with on that isolated map. And just when you thought it was all over, they make a phenomenal comeback on Blackout. Looks like they love to play those dog tags.
Definitely, I mean, back to basics they go, and they also know how to outsmart those who got comfortable with the gulag. And I love the story of Poison Ivy, and if they can keep it up, they would be the next contender in being that champion by the end of the day. But in bed, we're going to see as well how much elimination each of the player has grabbed in this game, because Poison Ivy Eklis, yes, we've seen their prowess most in engagement. They're like, I would say 80% in participation, but not so much in victory, similar to what we've seen in Blackout right now. So again, we're seeing the motivation in the grand finals, where in that #1 spot is a determining factor of who's doing or who's getting more in the prize pool compared to the group stages as well as the knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is their very first victory on Blackout. You are absolutely right now. The grand finals just giving these teams a different kind of fire. The 500,000, the $500,000 pesos on the line potentially of the #1 spot, just giving a different kind of motivation to some of these squads out there to dig deep and find what is within themselves. And they managed to score a phenomenal 34 points in this game. Can you believe it? After only walking away with just 3 points on that first game, this is a huge comeback for Poison Ivy.
Yeah, exactly. And well, the only question though is if this is enough for them to catch up with Enrage, who did win the match earlier and might have a better placement in terms of how they played out in Blackout. So that's where consistency is being looked at. That's where we are eyeing inconsistency. Yes, you might not be getting that victory, but if you place higher or eliminate higher, then you would still be in the top of the board and potentially reach that victory blitz eligibility.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so, see, in the past competitions, we have to play all the maps of the day. But here in the Victory Blitz format, we want to see who is that creme de la creme squad, who is the best of the best, where they don't even need 6 maps to get the victory. They need to perhaps walk through 3-4 games to activate that victory condition and then hit that one final victory to call themselves the champions, and that just makes them so much more phenomenal, right? What takes some other teams so many matches to do, you get it done in so much lesser. And if, of course, one of these teams are able to walk away with such a feat today, it will be truly phenomenal on this comeback tournament for Garena Call of Duty Mobile in the world of Battle Royale. Because Poison Ivy Eklis, of course, they failed in that first game, but they bounced back with such a massive turnaround here at Blackout, giving them 34 points, in total 37. They're not too far away from that 80-point mark. Rigid TSG, I mean, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit this time round, but they're still somewhere up there. So a couple of teams very, very close to the championship condition here.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be able to reach that even faster as we look at the Poison Ivy players right now and the numbers that they have bought in. So 2 of which with 5 is PJ and Kyle TZ, and then 2 with 7 elimination is Licked as well as Dre. So it's either Licked or Dre would be our MVP, but Dre, and it seems like the players are getting younger and younger, and they're the ones, the MVP of the game. So you did mention about being the Wonder Man. There's also Dugo. Not quite sure if you've seen the picture of the guy, but he definitely is a kid. Looks even younger than Gray right now. And I'm loving how the potential of the players are growing despite of how young or how old they are in the community as well.
Yeah, and of course, big thanks to Garena Call of Duty Mobile for making this happen, because it's first of all thanks to the community for stepping up and voicing out to Garena that we want our Battle Royale tournament, that Garena said, okay, fine, let's give them the tournament. If they really want it, we'll give it to them. But not just are we going to give it to them, we're going to give them $25,000 to play for. And now, even if you are a young kid, you stand a potential of winning $500,000 for your squad. That's exactly what this is all about. Poison Ivy Achilles, a phenomenal comeback, 34 points right up at the top. But this is what we want. Consistency. Rigid TSG shows us that in the second match, getting a total of 19 points. A little bit of a comeback here for the Four Kings as well, grabbing a total of 19. But that's where it kind of skews down towards the bottom. A lot of these teams failing to come up with a lot of points here. As you can see, Faldrus just with a total of 11, Pave, Omni, RVH, Gemini. And these are totals after the 2 games that we have played in here so far.
Yeah, I mean, well, looking at a Rigid TSG, no victory, no problem. They are halfway through in activating that victory blitz, and, well, 3 matches. If in case it repeats on 40 after 2 match, 3 matches to be able to grab that victory, if they grab that victory onto that 5th match. So, like, it's getting closer and closer, and though it is already done with 2 matches, and the points doesn't show that we can end early, but you know how some teams they go with momentum. If they are heating up slowly and then later on they get that groove, they might be farming a few more of the points towards the 3rd game or even the 4th.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, first 2 games have concluded already. We did have IE and Rage SS grab the first victory on Isolated, and now the game that just ended on Blackout, the one and only Poison Ivy Achilles grabbing the victory for themselves. These 2 teams obviously vying for the top, but it's not over just yet. First of all, the first condition, you need to exceed 80 points in order to be eligible to fight for the final victory. After you get 80 points, the first team to secure a victory, which means the final surviving squad on a match, they will be crowned champions. This could end as early as game 4, but let's say by the time we get into game number 6 and this condition is not met, we will then have to look at the overall leaderboard, and the team with the most number of points will walk away with $500,000.
And that's one thing. I mean, we
wait, Nep.
Yeah.
Nep, can you do me a favor, Nep? Can you speak to our audience in Tagalog and tell them to hit the like, please?
Alright, sa mga batang nanonood, sa lahat ng mga kasama natin, guys, nanonood dito, make sure na you hit the like. And wherever, sa Facebook, YouTube, like nyo na. I-like nyo na, guys. We need to increase yung numbers natin ng likes as well as share, para mas marami pa makapanood ng ating palabas na nandito.
And see, real talk, guys, real talk. You know, I appreciated some of our members from the COD community who first voiced out that we want a tournament for Battle Royale. I got really excited because I'm like, yes, the community is asking for it. Garena is going to give us our Battle Royale tournament again. And Garena said, okay, fine, guys, go ahead, take it. $25,000, take it. And then came complaints after complaints. That's not what we need, guys. Okay? What we need to show them is we need to make sure they say, okay, this is good. We need more Battle Royale tournaments. This is what our community loves, and they are all excited and positive for this so that we keep getting more and more and more BR tournaments, bro. You don't want them to turn around and say, wait a minute. We came up with this BR tournament and there's just so much of toxicity. Let's not do any more BR tournaments. That's not what we want. So hit that like, show us that we do have the support, show Garena that this is what the COD community wants so that we can put these MP tournaments, we can move it aside a little bit and bring back our BR tournaments, bro. Both Neptune and I, we were BR boys from the very first day of Call of Duty Mobile, and we want this. So please help us make this happen. Hit that like, hit that share as well. Call the rest of your friends in here. This is just the first 2 games. We've got a few more to go before we crown the champions of the Garena September Cup. Nep and I will take a quick short break. When we come back, this action continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Call of Duty Mobile Garena September Cup 2025 Battle Royale Tournament Grand Finals. I am Neptune the Gen Garcia, joined by the one and only. Wait, where's the Mustachio AJ Direct? Oh!
Sorry, I didn't know the show started off.
All right, so there we have it. We have seen two matches already, and you have seen two casters in one room overall. Hopefully you didn't get surprised that much, because I keep saying that I'm not in the Philippines. The only reason why is I am in AJ's house.
You got the two OG casters casting from the exact same spot in two different groups. That's exactly how we do these grand finals, baby. This is the best day in COD MPR history in a long time. Now, I do know that the COD community has been waiting for a while already, and there have been questions. When are we going to have a LAN event for COD MPR? You know what? I've got the same question as well, but I just want to tell you guys might not have to wait for too long at all. You might see one coming your way very soon. But before we heat up to something on the ground, we want to see if or not we've got the high quality teams to entertain all of us. We want to see whether or not we can get all of these technical aspects all sorted out. And it looks like we have found some of the creme de la creme squads out here. But consistency still seems to be a problem now.
Yeah, definitely. I will have to find out if the teams can go and gain that consistency overall, in whether it's coming from group stage, it's going to knockout stage, especially into the grand finals, because that's where it really matters. It's not just consistency in showing up and getting all of those eliminations. It's literally showing up.
Not consistency in crying and making some drama out of this thing, all right? It's consistency in these matches. You show with or not, you can call yourself the king of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. Of course, we've got the four kings out here who are finding it to be a little bit tough to climb up to the top because competition is stiff, right? In the past, we used to see one dominant team climb to the top consistently, back-to-back champions. You know exactly who they are. Before, we brought things to a little bit of a halt, but now I think it's all out for the taking. Everybody's out there vying for the top. I think the meta of the game is pretty balanced in a way where you've got so many of these classes out there to kind of find a good way around the strategy of your opponents as well. And the rewind class has just been phenomenal, man. I think it was a high... I mean, it needed a little bit of tweaking the moment it got introduced into the game. But right now, I think it is a huge game changer out there in these matches. As we kick off game number 3, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hit that like. Make sure you share the broadcast out as well and call all of your friends to join us here in the comment section.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, make sure that you are heard not
land here.
only in all the engagement, but also in the chat as well. Whether you're on Facebook, whether YouTube, or whether you are on TikTok, make sure that you also share this to all your friends. This increases the chance of us having another tournament just like this, or even bigger, similar to what AJ was talking about earlier. Now, as we look at some of the teams, it seems like they are, well, they got tired of going for the hot drops, well, from what we've seen so far, but it seems like some areas is still in view with a couple of teams like Ski Town, or pretty much like those who are in northern part, because of how they can get those snowboards early into this game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the most important factor here is going to be to stay alive for as long as possible. Worst case scenario, yes, you do have the Gulag to fight your way back in here, but we saw how that kind of put a pause on quite a number of these squads, because let's say if there's a queue on that Gulag, then you got to wait. And if in the meantime of waiting, the rest of your team members get wiped in a hot drop, then out you go, and we don't have too many matches. It's not the group stage, it's not the knockout stages, it's only the 6 potential opportunities that you've got here in the day that you need to make the best of them.
Yeah, let's see though who is taking advantage of those points as well as those matches to achieve victory in this game. And well, so far Blackfire, in spite of them trying to survive even longer, they ended up 6 after 2 matches. It's difficult to see if they will have that consistency, especially as the changes of map I think is throwing them off. Like first off, they have the Gulag to play with. They can be a little bit chill in the early engagement, and then stepping into Blackout, that's where all the problems are happening. And that's where some of the teams like Poison Ivy is capitalizing on those confusion because they
Yeah.
are just focusing on what is needed for specific maps. What is needed based on the meta of specific maps. But let's
Oof.
see if this is something that can continue as a battle between Elite as well as Delta Kings is happening.
Yeah, Kleptasi from afar manages to clap a player out of the equation. And Delta Main obviously not wanting any bit of this action just yet. They abandon the compound, except KG, who's left behind here. And it looks like Sato has got the right read, going in for the shutdown, called out by Aspat. And he will get the R9-0 drop on the player.
You know, if what would be on them as Gulag is still in play in this match. Leap, though, leaving Sato behind, are still on a roll, or still in a chase, and going back into the free wetlands. I mean, what I love about this is not only Snowboard, but also the chopper that is available in this area. A chance to be able to get in and out of engagement. But speaking of engagement, there goes Faltrus losing one of engagement, and it is Easy Dawn who went down. Only my bro, not your bro, not his bro, but my bro, going against RVH. And RVH, Gemini, a team that has seen a little bit of a rise after barely surviving the knockout stage. Now is the chance for them to really rise up and go for the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, this is the situation that they all need to be ready for, especially on those hot drops. You never know exactly when your opponent is going to be fully looted up to challenge you. A team Rigid here in a little bit of a pickle. To be very specific, this is Rigid Phoenix with 3 of their player inside the Gulag, and 0 now as well. Every single player from their side, all thanks to the Gulag token. They're still alive, hanging on here for their dear lives, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though because, well, you will have a weapon, but it's only what the Gulag has to offer for you, and everything you work for the first few minutes is gone. It's out of window unless you can get back to it and nothing is missing. So that's the one thing that they need to work in. But for Delta Main, it seems like Bunny will be taken down. 2 remains, and 4 Kings is still on the hunt. And this is what happens when the Gulag is, or you're being chill in having Gulag because you're not fighting back that stronger compared to some of the teams who are really used to being strong in terms of tactics as well as mechanical skills, because they're not even thinking that Gulag is just a bonus for them, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, of course, you don't really want to play your chances all too much out there. And the place on the side of 4 Kings, not looking to take any chances whatsoever. As usual, the class upgrade Fizz, getting those chips very early in the game. And it's a little bit surprising that they've been able to do this successfully 3 games in a row without being heavily challenged.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. It's tough, but I guess they study their opponent so that there will be no challenge if they happen to do so. So let's find out if this can continue on. 3 match in a row. There might be another one. It might be happening later on. But for a view from IE, seems like Kosa has been spotted, and Kush will be taken out. Now, it's remaining teams of the remaining players of Kosa, which is Raf, will need to get away, but doesn't have that much weaponry. Yes, the FHA is there, but none of the opponents is on a vehicle, so it doesn't make any difference. And all I have to do is just hide out, wait for the rest of the teams to win out their Gulag matches.
Kosa Nostra, Raf, having a rough time out there. Pun intended. My bro, your bro, their bro, everyone's bro has got the money, but no backup. Everybody else either taken out of the equation or fighting for their survival in the Gulag. So he's just scurrying around in the outskirts, hoping and praying nobody catches hold of him in the meantime. The players on the side of RVH Gemini, on the other hand, They are not challenged heavily just yet. But look at Kyun, man. 45,000, 46,000 now. He's just going on a pickup spree. And it looks like he wants to show us that he wants that money that's on the table today.
Yeah, it's all about the money at this point, but let's see if this is something that they can use. Leap versus Poison Ivy and MJ takedown licked. And this is the rivalry that is happening from the beginning of the day. Let's see if he'll be able, if Void will be able to go in, but no! Seems like Void failed. Dre managed to bring him down. He's still alive. Licked is brought back, and Poison Ivy has the potential to win this fight if Dre managed to survive and eliminate the remaining player of Leap. But MJ goes for that hit, for the shot, and the goal on the flank. And he might be able to go in for the finish, but no! MJ a little too quick though.
A beautiful play by MJ here. Dre with a sliver of health left on him, and interference. RVH shows up. And this is Gemini playing a little bit of spoiler, and Dre still alive, finally sent to the gulag, but the team holds on for sure.
They have a lot of elimination, and MJ still on the roll against RVH. Hyun will be taken down. Paul remains and going against 2. And let's see if he'll be able to make it. Well, this is tough right now. Going in on that Desperado machine gun or shield gun, and MJ not really pushing it, but Paul will be going down. Not a smart move in staying steady and getting in the sight of 2 players coming from the best team.
Yeah, I mean, smart play. Burn, just burning him with that flank. Just fine. I mean, yes, you've got the shield in front of you. I'll just move to the side then. Problem solved. You distract him, bro. Right at the side. Beautiful play overall from the squad. But of course, we still have 16 teams here. All thanks to the gulag. The players are still managing to find somehow a possibility to survive in here. Tom Pibbs out there as well on the side of Four Kings, managing to find a knock for himself. Burn Anbu getting burned down to the ground. A couple of engagements happening off screen here as we spot out the players of OBS main who are chilling outside the circle, taking advantage of the fact that it doesn't really hurt all that too much just yet.
Yeah, I mean, not the place that they want to be chilling out because the blue will be cooking you. But, well, if that's where you want to be, then that's where they will be at the moment. Now, in a few seconds, the blue would be closing in, and Claudi's trying to catch up with the rest of the teams of OBS. Now, they might be meeting up with Cosa Noble, or Nostra, rather. Cosa Nostra, but it is outside of the blue, and I think another target might be in view. It's RGD. It is EJ who would be taken out, and well, all those hunting is paying off for the side of OBS.
Islaw is running away so he can eat a coleslaw, but they are still going to catch up to him. A couple of more shots, and Islaw down on the ground. Claudi puts an end to him. Kush on the left-hand side, hoping and praying that they don't turn around to look for him. And the team gets to survive for the time being. Raf looking for the escape here as well. And it looks like the team will be able to get away as OBS main, 2 eliminations in hand, still hunting for more points.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they need right now. We've seen them get that victory from yesterday, but that's like a 1 or 2 out of the entirety of a tournament. Let's see. IE with Nath with that R9 going against Pay, but Alien would be taken down by Koro, and Koro is one of the players coming from Pay Omni that has been surviving quite longer. And there you go, another hit, but here comes a new challenger, and Koro just switched it up, stealing that vehicle just to get away, but hit explodes, and they will be brought back into the gulag.
Yeah, valiant effort, Koro. It was very entertaining to watch, but his vehicle is shot up into the skies. 4K, on the other hand, I mean, they are back on a roll this time around. They're just looking for the consistent climb overall. 26 points collected in the past 2 games. This time, slowly, steadily collecting those eliminations as we wait to see where this next circle drags us onto. High potential here for that farm, and that's exactly where we move on into. And the players on the side of Four Kings don't have to travel all that too much.
Yeah, I mean, only a few meters and they will be there. But the only problem, though, is there's only a few compounds they can play with. The rest is just open area, especially with this hill that IE is taking right now. It might be part of the next phase of the circle, and this is deadly if you'll be able to funnel everyone in this compound. Either those coming from the outside or those just waiting for the opportunity in getting in the next phase of the circle. This hill would be a great position to snipe them down. But seems like Leap would be let go, and I thought RGD, Sekre, or Rigid Sekre, would be gunning them down. And then I just noticed that he's just waiting for the rest of the team to go back from Gulag.
That's exactly what the plan is here. Patience is the name of the game. And Don getting away from a little bit of heat here. And we spot out the players on the side of Poison Ivy as well. Looking for the RVH Gemini player, Instinct. His instinct tells him to stay hidden. Drops the smoke. Ooh. And on the Desperado, tries his very best to stay in this match alongside Paul. Can these two players find somehow an opportunity to shut down these four players who are closing in on them? Instinct taken away, and Paul, as he crawls around, shut down as well as Ivy Lick climbs up towards the top. But it's not over just yet for the squad.
Yeah, it's not over. There's still Kyun, who will be able to increase the odds of them getting placement point. But in terms of elimination, well, it might just be like one pick at a time. But on the other side, we have Leap, Burn, trying to burn some of the players, which is Seiya from Immortal Esports, who's running away, but continuous shots almost being taken out. Only a sliver of health, still managed to hide out on that rock and still a survivor in this game.
Yeah, 44 players back in here. And the players on the side of Leap, Unbound, Unboo, keeping an eye on the Four Kings players. Are you about to join this fight as well? Tom Pibbs spotted out, but it looks like Leap not looking to take advantage of the situation at all. And on the opposite side, you've got another Leap squad. This is Leap main being shot down from this high ground. But thankfully, there's just that one player that they lose in that engagement.
Yeah, let's see though if they can bring them back on that from this fight. Probably wait them out as they go into Gulag, and that's why we also like show the importance of the Gulag token, because even if you're already been in there, if you will take it down, there's a good chance that you can get back and be a full squad with the rest of the teams. But for IE, well, two players are still being waited. Hasbu needs to recover, otherwise he would be taken by the zone. But Rinka will try to go for the flank as Hasbu proves to be the shows to be the distraction in this game. But this is a risky play coming from Immortal Esports.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, Hasbu did manage to get that one knock before he got taken out. And now Rinka trying to finish the work here for the rest of the squad members, although he is the final one left in there. Hasbu, he literally just went into the Gulag, but he's right back into play. How did he complete the Gulag so fast? Man was on fire. He's right back in it, and the team, of course, will stay in the mix here. They won't get eliminated just yet. But on the side of Team Rigid, this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Rigid TSG, one player down and out for the count. They've only got 3 more left.
Now let's see, though, if the 3 left will be able to fight back. 12 teams in this lobby, and, well, Leap with 9 eliminations already. So if Leap main team will be able to add more, then they might increase the odds of them being number 1. But as we talk about that, a lot of engagement has been happening, and this is also 4 Kings in the mix. And a little bit of action coming from Super Jeff and Leap Unbound. Only one remains. The one that can Dugo will need to hide away into the tunnel, get away from all those crosshairs that might be targeting him later on.
Yeah, Super Jeff, one of the best players out there. They just haven't found their way around just yet, and Kosa will get burned. Cosa Nostra out of the count here. Left with 10 more teams. They got taken out in the 11th spot. Unfortunate, way too early. Not a lot of placement points from that, and they didn't have massive eliminations on themselves as well. So this is just one of those matches where they do drop the ball. In the meantime, Team Leap main. 2 players out already. They're just hanging on with 2 other players.
Let's see now. Backfire on high ground. If they do have a sniper, especially Nash, they will be able to capitalize on this.
Whoa!
And oh no! Aspect moves away as quickly as that, and he seems like Nash TD is left in awe to be able to land any shots, but still, the high ground is on them. As long as they can maintain this, they can still farm for points.
Yeah, that's phenomenal escape there, all thanks to the snowball that he had in hand. Tom Pibbs, though, does manage to burn up Lick. This is Poison Ivy taking on the team of 4 Kings. Dre turns around, Tom Pibbs burned down, dropping a stack of cash on the ground for Poison Ivy to loot up. They're hanging on with 2 more players here, looking for the #1 spot. Obviously, that's going to be a tad bit more difficult with the lack of players. Leap, on the other hand, losing Kleptasi. OBS main on the opposite side. And Blackfire alongside OBS main trying to take advantage here. And they burn down Leap's chance.
Well, they are burning with a Blackfire in their hearts. And 5 teams remaining wherein Blackfire is a 4-man strong. I think KG has been spotted already, and here comes the jump. 2 of which would be heading in. Red would be waiting on the high ground. As long as they have a better position, they have a good chance to grab this victory. And it seems like Blackfire is at it. Rigid had 2 players, Poison Ivy had 2 players, and I believe OBS would be the only team that have an equalized number to be able to contest Blackfire of this victory.
Absolutely, man. And Poison Ivy, on the other hand, still with those 2 players, this is going to be very difficult. OBS main, a lot of pressure from up top. The one and only Rigid TSG with that high ground advantage, just trying to beam down these players. And OBS main taking the fight straight up to them, as it seems. Rigid TSG with a little bit of pressure here to play. Ooh. Cloudy not get away, and Quasi dropped by the Rigid player. Cloudy needs to play this really safe as he catches up with Fry. Both of them just right behind this boulder. Will be able to play the defense a little bit, but the smoke bomber does secure a perfect defense for the rest of the squad by dropping those smokes.
Yeah, Fry managed to take down Claudie, and Backfire will be knocking on everyone's door. Now let's see if they'll be able to take down Dre, who is currently king of the hill. Backstab coming from Berto, and Berto also receiving a lot of damage from where he rewound. Now, here goes Dre being taken down by Loki. Only 2 teams remain, and Blackfire is still part of that mix. They will need to find a final player, the final survivor, and it is Sekre.
Wow.
And it's a ring around the rosy.
Wow.
Out of this final circle.
Blackfire, this is that comeback game. And they only have 1 final opponent to take down and out of this equation. Sekre, the smoke bomber, he has the advantage. Drops the smoke, spotted out, but knocked down to the ground. And Blackfire secure a victory on this game #3.
Yeah, well, Blackfire will be catapulted from the 7th place up a little bit higher and close as well into the race for 80 points. But the only question is if Rigid TSG would be able to maintain their dominance in this lobby, because they did start the game with 40 points, and we did see a little bit of fire coming from them, but with less numbers compared to the others. With a full squad, it would be difficult for you to catch up or to farm all those points needed to achieve early activation of Victory Blitz.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And there's a good reason why it's called Victory Blitz. It is for the teams who want to blitz through these matches and grab that $500,000 peso prize for themselves. And it's not a $500,000 peso prize pool. It's 1.4 million pesos out there for the taking, split up. Only the top 6 teams walk away with cold, hard cash. The rest of the teams will walk away with CP. Yes, every single team that has qualified into the group stage will walk away with a minimum set of CP for themselves, for the squad, for the players. But obviously here at the grand finals, according to your placement, that determines how much the total squad gets. And it's a lot of money, a lot of CP for them to enjoy. And it looks like obviously these players, for a good reason, are hungry for it, Neptune. And this is a phenomenal comeback for Blackfire.
Yeah, definitely. I love that. You did mention about the story of the combination of what was the price before and now the cash prize as well being put into one. And that also builds not only the hunger, but also the gratitude coming from the team.
Oh, yeah.
Because being part of a tournament just like this, if you miss out of being in the group stage, performing your best, being present in all those matches from the qualifiers, then you're losing out as well. Not only in grand finals, not only grand prize pool, but also in those CPs that's being given out. So again, encourage everyone to share the stream. Like, just find what is great. What you're seeing great, because we're seeing a lot of potential in this Battle Royale tournament comeback, because there's more that we want to look forward to, and we need the support of the community as well for that to happen.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. There is a total of 110,000 CP given out to the teams for placement. And obviously for the group total, we've got 40,000 CP. So that's 150,000 CP being given out here at this Battle Royale tournament on the side of 1.4 million pesos. So that's insane. 150k CP, 1.4 million pesos on the prize pool, and that's what these teams like Blackfire are fighting for. Your match winner this time around, the ones that secure the victory, Blackfire, with the lineup of Berto, Nashi, Red, as well as Luki. They played a really solid game. Even in the previous matchup, they were really good at finding those engagements. It's just that when you've got such a hot lobby like this, it is not easy to rise up to the top net.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not easy. There's a need that one player who needs to step up.
Yeah.
And that is Red right now. Not only does he step up, I mean, he was one of the 2 survivors earlier when Blackfire was receiving damage. But with Isolated, there's huge potential that they can come back and get you that victory. But not only this, it seems like Blackfire would be catapulted from 7th place before this game to somewhat closer to top 3 after this match. And we'll have to see though on how much they have brought into the table, as well as the other teams. Blackfire with 28 points with that victory, as end Poison Ivy 16 elimination despite of getting 3rd place in that game.
Oh, this is a solid run here for Poison Ivy Achilles. 2 games back-to-back, they get a very solid score for themselves. After dropping the ball at the first round of Isolated, this is truly their Isolated comeback here. Before this, on that Blackout matchup where they scored a total of 34 points, obviously that was a breakout run. But now with the 21, they're starting to become the more consistent squad out there alongside Rigid TSG. Rigid as well. Not a lot on the eliminations, but 15 points is enough to remain consistent to be one of the top contenders for that #1 spot by the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Rigid TSG is one of the teams that we've seen from group stages up until knockout stage, who's still putting themselves on that board. But right now, despite of not getting any victory, they're still on the top ranks, very close to Poison Ivy Atlas, and that race to 80 points is getting even closer. But the thing is, we are halfway through into this grand finals, if we only count the 6 matches. So it seems like it won't happen, or it won't end early in this game. Won't be seeing an early end in this matchup of the grand finals because of how some of the teams are being denied of farming all those elimination points.
Since we are already on game 3, now there's a minimum of 5 games that needs to be played here, or that could be played here before one of them becomes champion, because Poison Ivy Achilles has already shown us that they can get more than 30 points on that Blackout map. So on this next Blackout map, Poison Ivy is definitely going to be the team to look out for. And if you guys find them out there, you better slay them early, because if not, they're just going to be geared up a little bit closer to that 500,000 peso spot on that #1 spot. When they rip that away, well, you guys have to settle for slightly less as we head on into match number 4. This could still end by the time we get into match number 5. But of course, once again, if nobody secures the victory blitz, We will have to
Yeah.
look at the most number of points accumulated at the very top of the leaderboard by the end of game number 6.
Yeah, definitely. And well, let's see though if Poison Ivy can break that, because it seems like from when we saw them in Blackout map, they're the only teams who are taking advantage of the reset in
Yes.
terms of the play style in Battle Royale.
Yeah.
You're going for the play for the dog tags, even denying some of the teams in grabbing their own dog tags and pushing them away, and just let it time out. And some of the teams are getting too used to Isolated's gulag, so
Yes.
let's see if they can change this around.
Yeah, I don't blame them. The Gulag is fun. Isolated has become a very fun spot to play COD and BR on, but obviously you need to have a good mastery over both maps if you want to win this out. And I like the fact that we now have a distinct difference between both Isolated as well as Blackout. In the past, it just used to be like, okay, all right, some different compound,
Bigger
some
map.
different map. Yeah, bigger map. It's not much of a difference in terms of exactly where you want to go. Rotating around just probably takes a little bit longer. But now with the different sequence of how this breaks down, especially in a team fight, when you throw it into a competitive format, it just gets so much spicier. So now I'm looking forward to seeing, once again, who can dominate on the OG version of our COD and BR. But you gotta collect those dog tags, man. And as what we saw earlier, it was a challenge, especially on the very early hot drops. Getting to your team members' dog tags and trying to not get eliminated at the same time is really a huge challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why we also look at, as much as possible, look at what the class would be used in this game. We
Yeah.
were mentioning about the rewind, wherein this serves as a savior for the team. I mean,
Yeah.
just one vehicle, a snowboard or whatever, chase down one of those dog tags, rewind, and then scan them, and then repeat the process. Though it's difficult, not everyone will be able to do it, but it is probable. So other skills as well, like a smoke bomber. And there's one thing though that hurts me a little bit. I don't see as much as I want from the class of the Trap Master. I know you're happy about this. We
Yes.
talked about this in the past. You hate that class.
I used to hate the Trap Master when there were just very few classes available in the game. Now that there are many counters out there, the Trap Master isn't really broken anymore. I think I'm absolutely fine with it. And that's a good reason why we don't see the Trap Master, right? Because some of these other classes are just way too OP. I mean, you've got a lot of capability to disrupt your opponents, and obviously the smoke bomb is still coming in clutch in a lot of these situations. We do see the Ravager out there. We've got the Shockwave in play as well. And what flight path is this, bro?
Well, let's see now. It seems like Turbine is quite far, but still manageable. I mean, they can land on Houseboat and then run their way onto Turbine. But let's find out, because this is where some of the teams, especially in this Blackout map, are being pushed against each other. And most of drop spot would be Factory, Houseboat, even Rivertown, where early engagement would be happening if this is our flight path.
Absolutely, and this is a very, very torturous flight path to deal with. And one main thing you want to avoid is the hot drop. And thankfully, this is Blackout, so you've got a huge compound here, and you do have the ability to see if or not any other teams are flying in towards the same spot. So we are able to avoid quite a bit of engagement on the early side here. But there is a little bit of a complication. If you look right up here at the top at Estates, this is where you're going to find 3 teams going in here for the hot drop. And it looks like Pave is not having a good time.
Well, it's not a good time. Definitely if you have a great contender going against you. And let's see if Fave will be able to beat down remaining players of Balcruz Asta. You know, we've seen this gameplay earlier, and it didn't turn up quite well, but the distraction that Asta is giving gave that opportunity for Easy Dawn to be picked up. So as a 3-man strong, they might be able to regroup, or a little bit of big and switch action that Asta might be able to fire back against Pave, and that's where they win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Asta, he just needed to turn
nice.
one more corner on that wall.
Dog tags have been scanned.
Would have gotten caught out there, but he gets the scan onto Gab's dog tag, and out he goes, not wanting to fight any further. And that's a very good decision made here by Team Faldra's. And if you look at the rest of the team members that are kind of gathering around, KM2 bumping into the remaining players of PAVE, this is not looking good for PAVE Omni.
Let's see though. PAVE, Omni. A revive has been done, and they might be a little bit stronger. Karo, the player who has often been the lone wolf when everyone is down and out, just waiting at it with hits, and I guess it's paying off right now. KM2 can be the next target if they addition outdoor, but if in case they don't, at least they will be safe. Trevor or Hajime, once they will be back, hopefully they will not be dropping the same area, because that information would just show where the rest of the teams are lined up.
And it looks like the team of PAVE Omni is able to stay hidden for quite a while here.
The safe zone is collapsing.
I mean, camp till you win. That's the strategy. At least for the time being, they drop the surprise. Almost takes Ryu out of the equation, but now they know exactly where they are. Drops the smoke bomb, and now ultimate defense time. Cord getting a couple of shots in, and Cat's literally flying straight into them, but gets blown out with the R90. Now one final flavor in here, and those dog tags are just waiting for Trevor, but Trevor saying, nope, I'm out of here, bro.
Trevor hightailed out, and well, he's let's see now if he'll be able to scan those dog tags, and a few more players from the name of IE, Moral Esports, is trying to knock at the door of KM2, but it seems like they're losing. Only Alien behind, and they will be meeting up with Faltrus on the other side. KM2, great decision that they've taken all throughout. The waiting game is paying off, and KM2 is slowly winning this gunfight. But if Alien can bring back his teammates, then hightail out of here, they can still survive this battle.
What will KM2 do in a situation like this? The players are stuck inside. My bro is up there. Your bro, everyone's bro. And another squad drops by to say hello. Rigid Phoenix joining this party. Everybody wants to play some MP.
Let's see now. I mean, there's not so much of rotation happening. It's more of KM2 getting better position, but seems like Trevor will be taken down. I'm not quite sure if there has been a scan that has been done by PAVE and Trevor. For the rest of the teams of RGD, they have lost some of their players. Indra and Maki still into the mix. A little to pick up by Maki on the dog tags, and the new contenders seems like they're losing fight against KM2, but X will be knocked down from the hands of Fune from RPH. Now, Indra on the chase after turning around. Alien spotted. IE as well on the loss.
I mean, Alien, he just was unlucky. Came out, spotted by Indra, didn't turn around and shoot Indra, didn't miss that opportunity. But this is the team of Rigid Phoenix just playing with fire here. But Maki still finds yet another Rigid Phoenix hanging on as Gab drops by. They are just cooking these players.
Well, let's see. With smoke, there's fire, and with fire, there's food. It seems like they're treating every player like food at this point. And even Gab with 3 HP, though, when this armor is full, he might be going down in the pit, and he's risking it all just to get those final eliminations in. And Zero would be, an EJ rather, Zero and EJ would be the savior if they'll be able to scan and wait for the rest of the team, or just get away from here and gatekeep them later on.
Yeah, they just returned the favor. They got back here on the revival, and now bringing Indra and Maki back, who were holding the fort whilst they were on that reset. And surprisingly, the team of Rigid Phoenix still hanging on. Beautiful play here coming on through. Yet another Rigid squad. This is Rigid TSG. So many players just kind of fighting on to each other, waiting for that circle to close on in. But finally, Team Rigid TSG saying, we've had enough. They back away. Rigid Phoenix, on the other hand, holding on for their dear lives, waiting for the revival of Maki and Indra.
Yeah, I think there's also a zeros dog tag to be dealt with. And that's why EJ is doing his best to wait. And I guess he was able to go for the pickup. Now, as you look into the Four Kings, well, no contentions overall to grab those Arsenal, and they would be a little bit stronger, which definitely they need. Because for like looking at the scores, Poison Ivy, Rigid, TSG, Blackfire, even Leap Main and Leap and Bound is leaving them in the dust in terms of point and the momentum that they had from the group stage as well as the knockout stage being lost.
Yeah, that's solid strategy here by Four Kings, making sure they split up in 2 different vehicles, sending 2 players to the airdrop first, and the other 2 keeping an eye from the back just in case if someone ambushes them. But of course, Four Kings, very lucky, nobody else in the vicinity. They get the custom guns out of that airdrop, and now on standby for a big fight. Super Jeff and Yato on one side, Tom Pips and Get on the other. Four Kings are ready for battle. Uh-oh. Lock on coming on through. FHJ.
Oh no.
And up it goes in flames.
I mean, the vehicle, managed to go in for spray on that vehicle and managed to get a few more knockdown. Now, next phase of the circle would be in fracking tower, and seems like teams would need a little bit more time to get in onto the next phase, because as you can see, it's out in the open, and even those who has a good chance of staying inside the next phase circle are like looking away as to where or who will they be gatekeeping in a bit, because this is how they can farm points a little bit more easier.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the circle towards Fracking Tower is just gonna be dragging all of these Fracking players straight towards it, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. The only team in here is Blackfire, but they're gonna hope and pray that nobody takes that hot drop onto them just yet. In the vehicles, roaming around, they're looking for a better defensive spot. There is a pink airdrop in there for them to pull their weapons out, their custom weapons, but it seems like they're not looking for that. They're going outside the circle. What is Blackfire doing?
I don't know. I mean, some questionable moves are being done by a lot of teams. Probably it's because they're hearing the gunfights from the outside, and they just want to go and like they want to go and fight and also grab all those utilities from later on. Now, let's see, as some of the teams are like they're just clumping up on the northern side. They are not letting go of ego. They just want to get all those elimination that might cost them later on. And as you can see from Team E, they have managed to revive 3 of their teammates. Valiant effort to one of their players from the northern side, and they can loot up factory and prepare for later.
Yeah, Tom Pips almost got wiped out there on the side of Four Kings. But the pickup instantaneous from the rest of his team members, back up on his feet. But this is where they gotta stay sharp. Four Kings, they don't want to get into the thick of the action just yet, as the smoke bomb is laid out by the Rigid players at the very corner of this circle. This is where the dead zone is. If you get caught out, your run in the competition potentially comes to an end here, because Poison Ivy, Rigid TSG, Blackfire, so close to activating our victory blitz.
Yeah, let's see now how much they can gather and how soon can they activate that red for a takedown. But as quickly as that, Rinka face him back, face him forward with also a knockdown, turning him into a dog tag. And well, quick scan onto Glue, and they would be a full squad. 12 teams remaining in this fight. Blue closes in, and everyone will be pushed out towards Fracking Tower, some of which is already there. Get and Four Kings already waiting as they prepare onto the next wave of onslaught that might be happening.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a tough lobby for sure. 12 teams still left in here. 42 out of 62 players alive and kicking. And now, this is the next contender. Leap, Unbound, Unboo on that high ground. Hits the quick rewind. Yato could not secure the elimination. Quickly finds a boulder to hide behind. And this is the complication for the team of Four Kings. They are outside the circle, desperately trying to get in. But a battle against a really strong squad. MJ getting out of the thick of action in the meantime. And it looks like Four Kings are somehow fighting their way through this, Nep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to fight through this because first, they need a placement. They need to catch up with everyone who left them behind, as well as they need that victory. So, well, despite of them slowing down earlier, this is where they will be fired up to get those eliminations. But with those plenty of teams who managed to bring back their teammates, it would be difficult for Kings to maintain this, especially if everyone's running towards them. So hopefully they still have that mobility, either a snowboard or vehicle on them, or that insurance policy in terms of position that would help them pull away in the perfect timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the focus as of this point of time. Super Jeff trying to catch up with Yato. And from afar, you see the players of Rigid TSG, FHJ in hand, trying to catch out a squad with the vehicles in this huge map towards that final circle. Great strategy as Sekray tries to burn down the vehicle, and the rewind hit just to hop on out before the vehicle goes kaboom. And the buddy saves his life for the time being, though. Sekray still on the hunt in the open grounds. This is a very brave push coming through from this Rigid squad.
Yeah, let's see though if Stellar and Slashy can be picked up, but on the side, Berto is already gone. Red almost being taken out. It seems like the chance of Blackfire to grab that victory is slowly dwindling. But for some of the teams who have great potential, like our Rigid right now, who Slashy has been revived, a little bit of pick up on Stellar as well, they just know their priority. So they are aggressive in terms of those pushes and in terms of those elimination. Once one of their teammates has been knocked out and eliminated, they just go for that scan as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Leap squad members are not showing mercy towards each other. We just saw a Leap versus Leap battle earlier on, and they just burned each other down to the ground. And it looks like 4K bumping into the players on the side of Delta, managing to get a couple of eliminations. As that battle continues, Team IE hopping on into the circle as well. This is Exodus. They're about to bump into a fight that they cannot run away from. Thankfully, they do have a vehicle on their side to just quickly maneuver around as they wait for their buddy that they just scanned through to get revived.
Yeah, let's see though if those revive can pay dividends in terms of elimination. Of course, they will need a little bit of loot. There's one available arsenal in the middle of the next phase of the circle. But for Rigid, 5 elimination, they are slowly building up their approach. They started this game, I would say, a little bit slow, and Rigid Phoenix would need to change those pace. And you don't want to be at the bottom of the leaderboard after 3 matches. You would need to show some dominance, similar to Rigid TSG. I mean, same brand, but different approach.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I love the fact that these teams have got their own flavor out there. Wait a minute, look at this. Team D4 Delta main, so far outside the circle. They're playing with fire here. Let's see if they do manage to get back in before the circle snuffs them out. Don't really want to... the spotter in this late part of the game. The spotter is going to be absolutely deadly if he gets it spot on.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, those distraction can also save him from being gunned down by plenty of opponents. So that's a good chance for him to get away if in case that spotter or those clusters starts raining in. But 4 Kings would be raining in the fracking tower, trying to gatekeep as well to watch out onto the other side of Rigid, where Yato is already on flank. Super Jeff will try to move forward, but it's all depending on the timing. You don't want to be going solo against a full squad, and that would only mean that like the teams would be scrambling to bring you back, and almost Super Jeff almost being taken out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Super Jeff taken out of the equation. I see a couple of people in the comment section complaining about the spectators showing you guys the map. You guys might not like the map, but the casters sure as hell love the map because we want to see which team is making their way into the circle. If we don't know the map, then we don't know what's about to happen.
Enemy down.
The action is good, but the information is great.
Yeah, I mean, they got used to overhead coming from the community tournaments, and which kid was a better story, but I want to see everyone as well, because we rarely see everyone in one scene. The
Oh,
map is one place that we can see everyone's position as well as their trajectory. So 4 Kings, 11 elimination, full squad, and from what we've seen them do in the map, the rotation is just quite fine, getting away in perfect timing. If they have engagement, they have at least 2 waiting to go for the exit. And if in case no one will be turning the dog tag, then they just continue their run.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where things get dicey. 17 more players. 4K, Tom Peeps, alone, straight into the Elite Unbu squad. This is just playing with fire, and Tom Peeps gets burned down to the ground. What was that play?
Hell, I don't know. It's just unfortunate that they want to go aggressive, but it seems like they couldn't hang with the top dogs. Tom Peeps will need to recover. He does have a sliver of health. Now he has been picked up, and also high ground. So Leap would be their next target. 5 teams remaining right now, and 4 Kings just looking for their first victory for today. Will they be able to see it, or will Leap steal it away?
I mean, he went in there for the quick misdirection. Thankfully, did manage to get picked up. 4 Kings just trying to play as much strategy play out here as they can, looking for at least 1 victory to put themselves in the fighting for the $500,000 peso on that #1 spot out of 1.4 million in total of our prize pool. Can they get it? Tom Peeps, 28 HP. Super Jeff taken down by the cluster. So does Tom Peeps. And 4 Kings so close yet so far. Gap in a sliver of health, holding on. Yato, 22 HP in the smoke. MJ says, not for you, buddy. Not today, as he burns down the players of 4 Kings.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that might be just a cluster or a spotter class being used, but definitely it brought down a couple of players or even more for the 4 Kings. Now, let's see if Balcruz can survive this fight. We have Easy Dawn as well as Asta trying to make their way from different sides, different ends of the map. But Easy Dawn will be spotted by MJ. And quick rewind just to get back in the high ground. He's been doing this overall several times already. And Mabro will be seen. And it seems like Leap and Boo will be getting this victory, and they might be able to catch up to the rest of the teams. The first out of the 2 Leap who grab a win from today.
Leap, Unbound, Unboo with their first victory, and what is so beautiful about this is 4 games, 4 different squads who have secured the victory. And this is why the Victory Blitz format is not an easy format at all, Neptune. It is not easy being the final surviving team out there. Are we going to see any team capable of blitzing their way through to victory, or are we going to look at the leaderboard overall when it comes down to the final game #6? That extra Victory Blitz layer that we have put in there is just to see who is that outstanding squad. But if they want to do it the regular way, they can do it the regular way, the grande size, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the grande size, the longer and the bigger matches were in. Well, but then they will put in a lot of points, but they will be a little bit more tired unless they go into consistency. But here's one thing. I mean, we rarely talk about this, the denial of getting into that qualifiers, into that eligibility. And we only are seeing, well, I am only realizing right now because, yes, we've seen the teams who have great potential to grab 2 victories, but we are also seeing some capability wherein once they show on the field feed, they have their targets on their back. And that will be the next one being taken down because they, like, the other teams don't want them to reach that 80. so that they will have a better chance later on.
And that is a good strategy, right? To go in there, and if you are not near enough just yet, stop the ones who are almost capable of activating the victory blitz condition and rip it away from them. That's exactly what Leap Unbound Unboo did this time around. But they have to be careful. There are a few other teams who are so close to activating Victory Blitz alongside them as we head on into game number 6. This is not an easy lobby at all. Don't believe anyone who tells you, oh bro, we are not playing for the prize pool, bro. This is a blah, blah, blah. They know that this lobby is savage. They know that after running their mouth so much, they're just going to get embarrassed by all of these super duper squads. Look at Blackfire, look at Leap Unbound, look at Poison Ivy, Achilles, Regent TSG, as well as Four Kings. They are ripping the competition apart with their class.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen great dominance from the knockout stage, even from the group stage, but now we've seen even better. Like some of the teams who have been continuously, the term would be bullying, because they most of the time are targeting specific teams from some areas that is not doing well, or some teams that is not doing well in the leaderboard. And yes, you can do that in the group stage, in the knockout stage, but not in the grand finals, because it seems like even those on the top are being denied with those like to get those victories. But who's close? Would it be Rigid? Would it be Leap? Would it be Blackfire? Because we've seen great dominance from them. Ivy or Poison Ivy, it's just a matter of consistency for them to be able to get that championship. So it might be very close between them, but we'll have to see later on once we get into the overall rankings.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, this is the kind of competition that you can go out there and really make a name for yourself and your clan, because, again, this is the creme de la creme. This is the best of the best. 400 plus squads lined up, and we have got the top 16, and the top 16, when they do battle, it is explosive. And you want to know what is so impressive? You guys will see the leaderboard in a little bit. We've got a little bit of a sneak peek into it. It is the admiration that I have for consistency, and we have to talk about Rigid TSG. They have not secured a single victory yet, Neptune, but they are the closest one to activating the victory blitz condition.
Yeah, but the thing though is time's running out, or rounds are running out.
Oh yeah.
Because if we have a stretch, yes, they will be the first one, and the next one would be giving them that championship. But I mean, there's only a few chances remaining, and I believe it's only 2 matches remaining until we end this day. But hopefully, Rigid, despite of not getting any victory, despite of like how it's about to end in 2 matches, they can continue on their consistency to be in the #1 spot. But let's bring our focus on our match winners, Leap, Unbound, Anpu. We have Dugo, Burn, MJ, and Void. And seems like with 1, 4, 5 from MJ, he would be our MVP. Void giving out 2, and that is a total of 12 points plus the 10-point addition, 22 overall for Leap Unbound.
Was Dugo just born yesterday?
I mean, I told you, a wonder kid. I mean, he definitely is something to look out for in the future. And it's like the get, the current day get.
I mean, this squad is just phenomenal. And of course, MJ, 5 eliminations. We saw quite a little bit of him earlier on already. And look at that jacket, bro. That's how you know this guy's an OG. This guy has been in the scene for a while, fighting his way to the top. And they definitely deserve it. I feel like Leap, Unbound, Unboo, they have shown us the kind of quality that we want to see out here today. I can't wait to see the overall standings. We got a little bit of a sneak peek to it earlier on. Now we get to see exactly how they rank. Once again, we are at the end of our game 4. 2 more matches to be played, 2 potential matches. And obviously, we have to go down to a game number 6 now, because after 4 games, not a single team has activated the victory blitz condition just yet.
Yeah, well, no one has activated. Some are very close, but again, It's a matter of time, and they are losing the time to be able to end it early. So that's one of the main focus now, or another focus would be the consistency, and we're loving it. Without any victory, as long as you can be the top 3 in every engagement, it deals with the basics of Battle Royale, Call of Duty Mobile, survivability, getting elimination. It's just that one important factor that they need to add in, getting that #1 spot, getting that victory, and it's a whole package already.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to see out there from these players. We expected the quality, and they are showing us that they are bringing that and so much more to the table. The fight is so close. I mean, I think if we had run this Victory Blitz condition, this Victory Blitz format in the past competitions, we would have gotten a champion by now already, because there was such a huge difference and a huge quality difference between the teams. But now they're so close to each other. It's so difficult. Like I said, 4 games in, 4 different teams have secured that victory, and these are the standings here for this game number 4. Leap, Unbound, Unbu, 10 placement points, 12 eliminations, but more powerful than them when it comes to the gunfights was Faldra's as well as Rigid TSG. Rigid did not get a single placement point, but consistency is key. 15 eliminations before they got taken out.
Definitely, I mean, 15 elimination. They were trying their best to show aggression, but yeah, they did fail. But what if they survive a little bit longer, get a little bit more of placement? It could have grown exponentially. It might have ended up not only with a victory, but also with a huge number of elimination. But well, I'm loving that Faldrus is getting on the board as well, because from the knockout stage, even the group stages, we see them faltering. But now, I guess they're living up with the Faldrus name. They would stay and then deal with everyone, especially in that estate. I think that's where most of the engagement has happened. And another contender in that area was KM2 Hades, who had a decent amount, 11 elimination overall from that game.
And now the overall rankings, and damn! Look at Rigid TSG, 0 victories, but the closest one to the 80-point mark. And if they had secured the victory in this game number 4, they would have activated the Victory Blitz condition already. They were so close, yet they missed it, and that's how important the placement points are in the Garena September Cup. Blackfire right behind them. They got stopped prematurely as well. They couldn't get to the final circle and earn those placement points. They walk away, only 63 points up till now. Leap, Unbound, Unbu with 62. Poison Ivy Achilles, they dropped the ball this time around as well, 58 points. Leap Main has now leaped over the 4 Kings, who have been pushed down to the 6th spot, and they hold on to 53 points, whereas Leap Main hold on to 55. These are the ones in contention for the big money.
Yeah, well, looking forward to them really racing to that 80 points, if not just continuing the consistency, being in the top by the end of this game. So there's 2 conditions already for the team. It's either they get 80 points, especially for those very close, and then get that victory that topples whatever ranking it is, or they end it on that #1. But that have yet to be seen, because we just ended 4 matches. When we return, we are going to go for the remaining 2 matches. I'm Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, joined by Musashi AJ. We'll be right back, so don't go away.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Garena September Cup, and it looks like the teams who are vying for the victory are not able to give us the consistency. It's not their fault though, because that's exactly how hot this lobby has been. The grand finals hosting the creme de la creme, top 16 squads, and it is not easy to dominate out there. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, your casters for the day, and it looks like we are going to go all the way into our match number 6. And looking at this, because this was our trial, right? After a long time, we're coming back in here for a Garena Battle Royale tournament once again. We didn't want to go too crazy with the number of lobbies, but I think for the next competition, we need to extend these lobbies to maybe a potential of 10, Neptune, because 6 is too little. This action is too hot.
Yeah, I mean, imagine right now the teams are very close, and we're just reaching like our fifth round.
Yes.
And if in case it will be stretched to the 10th round, then the denial of the teams preventing them from getting that victory might be happening and extending even more on to the battlefield. But now we're going to have a recap or a recap of what happened in that match number 4 in terms of elimination as well. And it seems like KM2 Hades, there you go, we had 12 elimination coming from them, and this is what I'm pointing out earlier. When they fought on the estate, they managed to survive that much, and despite of not getting any placement point, at least in elimination, they managed to catch up.
And just like Rigid TSG, KM2 has been phenomenal so far out there in the competition. But of course, in the overall points department, this is where we need to see them step up. They're trying to get it done with their eliminations. And you know what? The top 6 does walk away with money. But once again, like we mentioned, there's a lot of CP. There's 150,000 CP on the line overall. So the better your ranking, the more CP you can get. If you're not aiming for the money, then you should be aiming for the CP. Everybody walks away from our Garena September Cup a winner, and this is one of those things that KM2 is definitely looking out for. A little bit of an error on the elimination points that we showed you guys earlier, so just a quick recap here to show you the correct number of eliminations, and this is the overall rankings. 4 Kings still on that 6th spot. They still can walk away with a little bit of money here. You've got Leap Main with 55 points on that 5th spot. Poison Ivy Achilles, Leap Unbound Unbu, followed by Blackfire and Rigid TSG leading the overall leaderboard. These are the teams in the running for that big money.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, big money indeed. And it seems like the ones who have potential to get big money is leaving the rest behind. Look at the gap between the 4 Kings as well as IE and Rage. And we've seen IE and Rage earlier getting that victory, but like they're losing out on the consistency compared to Rigid TSG, who has just continued on and taking that number 1 spot. And well, in terms of the board, we have yet to see 2 teams grab this map, or grab like 2 out of the maps right now. And in Blackout, I believe this would also have 1 more flag, because our next map is in Isolated. So the remaining 2 maps is up next, AJ.
Yeah, and this is a promise to you guys. When we run this tournament again, you're going to have more lobbies, bro, because I am not happy. I am not happy that we are going to go all the way down to a game number 6 and nobody has secured the victory blitz just yet. And I think if we extend the overall number of lobbies, because of how close the competition is right now, because of how good these teams are, I think we're going to see them fight down to the wire, and this is what we are expecting out of these squads overall. So I'm delighted to witness this with you, Neptune, but obviously we want to give them more chances, because I think a team like IE and Rage SS, if you give them a few extra rounds, they can definitely catch up to some of these guys, and I think they could even manage to steal it away at the very end if there were just a few more lobbies available. But for this competition, for the Garena September Cup, only a maximum of 6 lobbies available, and we are definitely going to go down to the wire here by the end of the day. We are on standby for game number 5. Back into Isolated we go, back into the Gulag. Some of these players are definitely going to go.
And that's one thing now. Hopefully they are not too comfortable in getting back and forth in the Gulag. Yes, you will be able to stack up on the coins, on the cash, to be able to get those tokens. But if your mindset is just to prepare. Okay, if in case we get eliminated, at least we have a Gulag token. You're just planning for failing.
Yes.
You're just planning to fail.
Yeah.
All you have to do right now, I'm not saying that not to let go of the Gulag token, but not rely on it. Just make sure that you have that, like your confidence and mechanical skills as well in those fights. And definitely you would be like some of the teams right there who are dealing in not only inconsistency in placement, but also in elimination.
Yeah, and I think I'm overall a little bit disappointed with some of the big names that I'm seeing out there, mainly teams like Leap Main as well as Four Kings, because these two squads are very capable of some hot engagements, massive elimination points, but I think they're holding back. Obviously, this is the grand finals. You don't want to get too risky with your play out there, but you've only got 2 more chances, right? And this is where you have to go crazy. This is where you have to just bet on your capability in the world of Garena Call of Duty Mobile and rip away lives. And we are starting things off here on the platform, and it looks like 4K is hungry for some elimination points. Question is, who's going to challenge them here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if there's any challenge, they will add up to the numbers that they have already and catch up for those. But seems like Delta is in a fight against Leap Main, and Delta seems like they are the ones winning this battle. Now, only 2 more contenders in this fight. Now, it's not only them in early hot drop, but we also have Kosa onto the other side, as well as some of the early battles that we've seen, not only in this game, but also in Blackout.
Yeah, absolutely a bloodbath here. 2 players already in the Gulag. J Camo on the way to join them as well, unless Sato can work some magic out and pick his buddy up. Camo slowly crawls around to him. And you can take a quick peek at Alip Kleptasi as well, who got sent into the Gulag. And all 3 players inside. Bunny, the final player from the side of Delta, hoping and praying that he doesn't get spotted out by the Leap players. But Sato finds him and sends him to the Gulag as well. Unfortunate for Bunny, he could not get away.
Yeah, I mean, Bunny, despite of how well he survived from the past, he couldn't hop his way out of that engagement. Now, we've seen the next phase of the circle up north, and, well, let's see, though, if there will be a lot of chase. That would be happening. Paul, though, with RPD, and that is Kosa Dem. Also with the RPD, taking down OBS Quasi, but Paul will be left all alone. Kosa on the 2v3 situation against KM2. And it seems like KM2, after how they won those estate battle, they are a little bit more confident right now in this fight, and probably a little bit too overconfident rushing in against Kosa.
Yeah, no doubt at all. It's Lord Dem Kush, all hoping and praying that Ref wins out his fight in the Gulag as Kush makes his way back in here and needs to join them, but Dem gets caught out by Paul from the side of OBS Main. And it looks like that LMG may quit work off him. OBS Paul, the final surviving member, hasn't been sent to the Gulag just yet. Everybody else fighting for their lives. As you can see, Claudia with a sliver of health, and he makes it back into the game as well. So it looks like OBS Main is going to hang on at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, they have great potential. At least 2 players back from, 2 players back in play after one has came back from the Gulag. Another one to increase their odds of winning this fight. So Kosa will probably need to get away, because here comes Claudia. The next one would be another player coming from OBS, and that will be Dart as a potential 3v3 into the Battle of Dormitory. Now, as we look into the phase, we still have 15 teams remaining. Only 1 team has been eliminated at this point, and for OBS, 5 elimination already. That increased their odds really to catching up in terms of points, but hopefully it's not too late for them, because for OBS Main, 13 plays with only 18 after 4 matches. It seems like it's too low.
Yeah, May leading out. Looks like that. Oh, beautiful rewind by Cats, but he's still gonna lose his armor. Sliver of health gets knocked down to the ground, and Pave drop in like flies, one after the other. Pave Omni just can't seem to hold their ground here.
No, cannot hold the ground, and it seems like they're the ones being paved off in here, being stepped on by the teams. Now, IE Well, let's see if after the revive of one of their teammates, if they can go in for a good full rotation. Otherwise, it might be just a hunting game or a passive gameplay coming from them. Now, OBS as well as Kosa not yet done, but there goes
beautifully done.
Islao being taken out. In we have Kush remaining against two players of OBS, and them after coming back from that gulag is now dealing with Ryu. So the same three teams in the same compound, not letting go. It's ego gameplay overall.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Kush got really lucky there. He was in that rewind class, almost got caught out, quickly reset, and the rest of the players just don't know exactly where he is. Claudie and gang on the opposite building, trying to spot Kush out. And this guy is just waiting patiently for the rest of his team members to join him. Raf turned into a dog tag. They need to bring him back in. Claudie spotted out, and Kush takes advantage. Managed to walk away and brought the Jack back in there to get another elimination for the squad. And Kosa, 7 eliminations so far. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad indeed. I mean, it adds up to the previous 7 eliminations, 7 points overall after 4 matches. So they've done quite better this time around. Hopefully the confidence would be even up until the final game. Now, i.e. Immortal Esports, yes, they lost 2 of their players, but they're still back with the Blues closing in, and they will need to deal with their own brothers from the same Immortal Esports banner. Now, if they can survive this, they might be able to turn things around. We've seen about this, we've talked about this, that Enrage did manage to get a head start, but the moment that Exodus was on fire, it seems like they are being left behind.
Yeah, this is what you call a gentleman play, bro. Yes, you may be my brother, but I am gonna slay you out there because you're not part of my team in this lobby. Aggressive fights with that high ground advantage, but you can see the skill of their brothers to slowly sneak away. So overall, IE Enrage versus IE Exodus. Neither one getting the victory so far, and it looks like they hop on. Ansaya gets caught out. And obviously, this is now some infighting of civil war to prove exactly which one of the IE squads is better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen this in fighting, especially when each group has met up from yesterday. And some of the teams had failed to do so, had failed to really put up so much, because probably it's first is a contrast of the gameplay, another is a similarity of the gameplay. If you have the same rotation, especially if you're coming from the same brand, definitely your drop spot might also be your brand, and that would cause you more trouble. But a little bit of chase action as well as just jumping in while that vehicle is running against them, saving him that time. But let's see if Poison Ivy can survive. No, Kyle Teasy will be taken down from the hands of Rigid.
Yeah, Kyle just managed to get a player knocked out. It was Stella, if I'm not mistaken, and then turned on by Light from up top. And that's a back and forth between the two that you gotta love. Sakura, look at the movements, avoiding annihilation just by his goated movements out there. As he hangs on with the rest of his team members up on top, this space is just getting a tad bit too crowded.
Yeah, I mean, despite of the high ground, they don't have that much of an advantage, and even those in the middle, Lip has good chance to take down those from above, like Rigid at this point. But all they have to do is wait for their players, a couple of players, to win out their gulag, and they might be a 4-man strong and will be able to face off against their opponent. Right now, they're just backing away. They're just playing safe because they still don't know what is the fate of their teammates. FHJ missing that chance. Trevor, and there you go. No, I didn't think it locked on to get a hit on Cave. So let's see the chopper though, if that would be that winning shot. But for Rigid right now, they will try to defend themselves against a Blackfire, and if Blackfire can be that aggressive, probably might be able to catch up the points.
Yeah, not as easy to get the lock on with the FHJ in a moving vehicle up against another vehicle that's just on top speed. But Void Anbu looking for the elimination, but a tad bit too far away from all of the action here. Smoke bomb already lit up right in front of him. He tosses, One in, Zaire is going to get caught out here. He has got a decent height advantage. Gets a tag. Oh, spots out 2 players, but goes in for the knock on neither.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's see though. I'm seeing a lot of teams going in outside of blue, trying to catch some off guard, but
Yeah.
it's a little bit risky. Even in a solo mission by Void right now, it's so risky that he might be the ones going down. So needs to be tactical, and MJ felt the wrath of Lay from Rigid. Now Blackfire right now going in for shots, and Slashy will be slashed in none. On those HP, and Blackfire still dealing with the risk, dealing with the waves of blue at this point.
Oh my god, Blackfire. So close to activating our fantastic victory blitz condition. They only need 17 more points. And they're not too far away from the mark. 5 eliminations in hand already. They just need 12 more overall. If they can find it through eliminations, GG. If they want to combine it with the placement points, they most definitely can do that. As Blackfire now quickly goes in for the reposition. OBS main, on the other hand, just have to slow their pace down a tad bit here. Bap is out for the count. Quasi still in the gulag, fighting for his life. What a reset!
Whoop.
Enemy down.
And Anbu, did he actually find Berto?
Seems like it. I mean, Berto from Blackfire is one of this too aggressive of a player. He's always up front. He always goes down easily. And I mentioned that not only yesterday, but also in the group stages, wherein Blackfire can at least put a little bit of hold on Berto to be a little survivor. Then they can be a champion of the game. But that's left to be seen right now for the 4 Kings. 3 elimination, heading into Sanitarium, or in other words, in the Sanitarium, because of how insane the team has been when they get here.
Rigid Phoenix is the more challenged Rigid squad. Unlike Rigid TSG, they are struggling in this grand finals down at the bottom and now being hunted down by the players of 4 Kings. And these are the final 4 players you ever want to be hunted down by. But up on top, it's a different story. Faldrus awaiting engagement. Asta spots out Get. The shots are received. And the players scramble on the side of Faldrus as Tom Peeps shows up as well.
Yeah, my bro managed to get away, but out in the open to go. Out in the open with FHJ, trying to take shots on not only in the vehicle, but also against Faltrus. But it's smart for them to pull out that FHJ, because if in case they already have a target in play, and the vehicle can save them, then they would be able to get out. But speaking of vehicle, Chopper almost being taken out. It's a good thing that they managed to jump. And that might be the end of Gib, because he's the only one on the rooftop and knows so much of the contention that will be happening against him.
Oh, RVH Gemini just dropping by to quickly put a stop to the aggression of the 4 Kings. And they give the previous opponents of the 4 Kings a little bit of a break as they manage to scurry on off. Now Get in a lot of trouble, but he does have backup here. At Sanitarium, this is going to be a tough fight for them, because RVH Gemini now takes over that high round. My bro. And now the players from the side of Faldrus getting involved in yet another engagement, bumping into the players of Leap Main, and Aspect just could not sneak away.
Aspect wasn't expecting that shot, and quick get away from a pro. Now, 3 players already in a rush, but not too aggressive.
Oh, GG.
Asta being taken down by Kleptosy. Now, but bro, he needed to fall for the same, because Gab seems like he is falling for the same trick. Here we go. A little bit of rewind action, but it seems like that's it for my bro. Rewind back to the lobby.
Yeah, he rewound back to the lobby. Unfortunate. If you are the rewind player, you got to continuously move out there, and he just put himself in a little bit of a pickle, kind of camping a little bit too long. Rewind players cannot be campers. That's a basic rule out here in the world of CODM. Tom Pips, that's a perfect one to quickly reset down to the lower side of the stairs. Now, the battle between 4 Kings and RVH Gemini finally about to break out.
Let's see though if RVH will be able to push through. against 4 Kings. And we were talking about a rewind. Another use of the teams, especially or the players of the rewind, is to recover a little bit of HP just in case you got hit a little bit or a lot more than expected. But well, Sanitarium at this point, after RVH, Gemini managed to push down the 4 Kings onto the next floor. None of them managed to get in onto the rooftop. So RVH, though, I mean, we didn't see that much of dominance in their gameplay, but I'm seeing that 4 Kings understanding what they could have done in that situation if they were RVH, then it seems like it looks like they have the same mindset. So it pushes them on the 3rd floor, and RVH is left unattended on the rooftop.
OBS main only have Paul here going up against Leap Anbu. As a full squad right in front of him, and the rest of the OBS players do not make it through the gulag all at the same time. They come crashing down. That's unfortunate. Anbu down, Slashy makes his way back. This is Team Rigid hopping on in here to meet Team Leap Anbu. And the battle between RVH Gemini as well as the 4 Kings might just come to an end here as 4 Kings quickly abandon the area. But on the opposite side, Pave, Omni, they are on standby, shutting down player after player. Tom Peeps down, Yato trying to save the day, taking Trevor out of the equation, looking for Hajime as well.
Yeah, Garena managed to save up. Who went down against Tom Peeps. Now, there's no chance for Tom Peeps to revive another strong contender for the side of 4 Kings to go against them. But them, well, talking about not them, but them from Kosa will be taking down Raph, who is having a rough time, would need to deal not only with Yato, but Yato goes down. Some of the old in action, but Super Jeff says no. We're going to bring you down. Unfortunate for them, Yato has been confirmed. So only 2 remains for 4 Kings out of the 11 surviving in this fight.
Oh, this is unfortunate. 4 Kings fighting for some good money here. Unlike what Holy Father said, that they're not fighting for money. They're definitely fighting for some money. They're fighting for some big money currently in that 6th spot. Holding on for their dear lives. And unfortunately, climbing up is going to be very difficult with just 2 more players on their side. And we've got 25 other players out here in this lobby looking for that climb as well. Super Jeff and Get. But although I have to say, with just Super Jeff and Get, they should be able to win this lobby. These guys are monsters in the world of COD MBR.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as long as the numbers is not so much against them. And as you can see, but unfortunately, zeros in, takes down Super Jeff, and also the zone courses in against them. They're receiving a lot of damage, 46 HP remaining, not any armor on him, but he does manage to hide out and survive. He can get a key, but he will be taken out, and 4 Kings out of contention.
That is unfortunate. Super Jeff got caught with his pants down. Gat tried to get away. Didn't have a lot of time. Tried to re-armor himself. Gets caught out from afar. And the run of 4 Kings in this 5th lobby comes to a premature end. 12 more players alive and kicking out there. One of them, i.e. Exodus, looking for the big climb up the leaderboard. Currently, they are in the 10th spot. But not a lot of players on their side. Rinka has to stay alive here somehow.
Now let's see though if he can stay alive. But no, he has been taken down by Berto from Blackfire. And I thought Blackfire's lost a few of their players, but they are full squad. And not only that, 18 elimination.
GG, bro.
They're still on a roll. 2 more coming from Nash from that long range. They can't even it up on an even 20, and there's still 4 more teams to deal with.
That means Blackfire has officially, they will officially activate the Victory Blitz condition at the end of this game. Which means if they secure a victory in the final game, they don't need to have the most number of points on the leaderboard. Because the last time we checked, Rigid TSG definitely had more points than them. If you can take a look on your right-hand side, you see Rigid TSG with a total of 70 points on their side. And look at this, Blackfire is not done just yet, man. 21 eliminations, holy mama! They are aiming for the top spot either way.
Well, let's see now. It's a 4v3 situation, and Jake Kamal managed to take down the few players from Blackfire. It's a good thing that Loki is there.
Oh.
And Nash DC once again, and Blackfire putting their team back forward for a victory in the grand finals. And game number 5, it is down. Theirs.
Second victory of this grand finals. Blackfire, the one and only, with a massive game to activate Victory Blitz for themselves. Who else has activated Victory Blitz? Will Blackfire be able to walk away with 500,000 pesos on the #1 spot? Or is it going to get stolen away by one of these other teams who came close enough to the top but had just enough for the Victory Blitz condition? This is the kind of grand finals we want to see here in our Garena September Cup net.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the scores and how close it is, 4 if not 5 has potential depending on the number of points that they have. But it seems like it might be left if we take the peak of what Blackfire has brought in terms of elimination. So it might be down to just the 3 top teams in here. RGD, like TSG, in spite of not getting any victory, they are on top of the board. And I won't be surprised if the only victory that they will get in this day is the victory that really matters. That champion rush, that champion blitz victory that we have been eyeing for. If they'll be able to get that in that final moment after activating the Victory Blitz, then that just shows us that they have it in the bag. They had that plan overall from the beginning up until this moment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, what a phenomenal climb here by Blackfire. We are still very curious to see which other team has managed to activate the Victory Blitz condition. I don't think Rigid TSG had the best of games out there, but they were close. They only needed 10 points, Neptune. And obviously, they did see a little bit of a early end to their run. A lot of the other teams were very hungry overall as well for the Victory Blitz condition activation. But I have to say, none as capable as Blackfire. They ripped through the competition. They were absolutely on fire.
Yeah, I mean, despite of it being black, it's not, the future is not that dark for the team. And yes, you were right, they are on fire. They did put themselves twice on the board, and even in survivability department, they end up the game before the final 3 shows up with a full squad. And that's what we are looking for. The priority of them making sure that all their teammates are well covered, making sure that they are well protected if in case they get knocked down, quickly being picked up, or if there's a chance for them to be brought back to the gulag, then they will do so with the coins that they have invested all throughout the game. And it was slow from the beginning. That's one reason why they are just like taking it slow, because they want to cash up or get so much of cash so that all their utilities as well as their teammates are complete towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, this was a crazy game. Naxi, I mean, we all know this guy. He was a legend and he continues to be one in the world of COD and BR. 9 eliminations, Luki with the 2, Berto raking in 8 eliminations, and Red with the 3. And overall, they managed to find 22 dominant eliminations out there on the battlefield, plus the placement points from the victory. How insane is that?
Yeah, 32 points out of every out of all the points that they gathered in there. The MVP would be Nash, and one of the OG players that we've seen from the past, the sniper of the team. And
yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we want to see for sure. Whether or not the rest of the teams can catch up to the fire that Blackfire has been bringing into the competition. One of the most, if not the most consistent squad out there. The kind of determination in them to walk away with $500,000 is unbelievable. And the record of the day, 34 points.
Yeah.
Blackfire managing to absolutely smash the rest of the squads out there. 24 eliminations strong, 10 points out of placement. Leap Main, on the other hand, 21 in total. IE and Rage SS with a total of 15, and then it kind of drops off there. Four Kings, valiant effort, 12 eliminations, but no placement points since they ducked out a little too early.
Now, all right.
Dude,
I can hear myself. I think I got nerfed a little bit.
I don't know what is happening to our man Neptune, but it is definitely funny. Let's take a look at our overall rankings here. My goodness me, what a day this is. And only one team is close enough to activating that victory blitz, and they do it. Blackfire with a total of 97 points. Rigid TSG, close but not close enough, 79 points. Leap Main, oh come on, these Leap squads are so good, Nep.
I do agree. I mean, before, but most of the time it's Leap Unbound who's doing the hard work. But this time, Leap Main is the ones leading, but well, Rigid TSG only 1 point short, and they could have been two of that flashing. But if Blackfire, well, there's not so much of contention. If Blackfire does win this, definitely the champion would be on them. If it's a different team denying Blackfire, and they get more than like what they done, what the Fire team has put into, then we go in for that standings, and I would love to see how close it would be.
I mean, dude, let's talk about this, because even if Blackfire does not manage to walk away with the victory in the final game to secure the championship for themselves, this is some massive points on the leaderboard to run away from these other squads, so they definitely have it in the bag. The one thing, though, that can put a dead stop to them in their tracks is them getting hot dropped by a couple of squads in the final match at Blackout. This is where we see if or not Blackfire has got the fire in them to fight off some of these other champions who are going in here for $500,000. There's a lot of money on the line, Neptune. I expect the teams to be savage in this next game.
Yeah, let's see though if this Blackout map would be a chance for Blackfire to do it once again, or is this a chance for them to be snuffed out early and given the chance that champion for a different team? As we look into prize pool, this is what everyone is aiming for. That is where Blackfire is very close in achieving the $10,000 if they can get the victory, or like just lead in terms of numbers by the end of our game number 6.
And in a funny twist of fate, Four Kings are currently sitting down in the 5th place. They've got $2,000 there, and that in itself is more than 100K pesos. Maybe it's fate, maybe it's fate, maybe it's more than that, right? And obviously, it's definitely about the money here as they continue to climb up the leaderboard, because this is the minimum that they've secured for themselves at this point of time. There's a high probability we see big fights out of the Four Kings squad to continue to climb up a little bit more, right? Because you're already at 2K USD. Maybe 3K is just going to be possible. You're not too far away. It's very doable. But Poison Ivy, Achilles, I don't see the poison out of them anymore, Nep. We need to see more fire out of them. But or maybe the Blackfire burned down all of the Poison Ivy, because you know plants, fire, they don't match.
Either the Blackfire burned them out, or the other teams just found an antidote to what the poison has brought in, or the teams who are just smart enough just leap against the Poison Ivy bushes and just pull away from being damaged at this point. A lot of storylines out of the names of these teams, but I just want numbers to show up in this final game.
Yeah, unless you're savage enough to just run through the poison ivy, you know, regardless of whatever happens to you after that. But it seems like that's exactly what some of these teams have been doing, right? Just running through the poison ivy squad, not really caring much about them at all. But of course, securing a victory in the day is good, it's important, but it's not the be-all and end-all of it. Consistency needs to be there. And one of the more consistent teams out here has been Rigid TSG, but now they've allowed Blackfire to overtake them, and not just overtake them, but really leave them in the dust. This next game is going to be cutthroat. This next game is going to be heated for sure. I want to see some hot drops. And the question is, who has done their homework? Who knows exactly where Blackfire is going to go so that they can aim for their heads and chop it off early?
Yeah, I mean, the denial of getting that victory is what everyone would be aiming for. And those who are very close, that's where they play it smart. That's where they play it tactical. They deal with the head and then just eat up the rest of the body later on. And we're talking about the bodies of those potential targets to increase their odds of overtaking Blackfire by the end of the day.
Yeah. And of course, Rigid TSG 18 points behind Blackfire. Even if they do chop their heads off early, it's not an instant victory for them. They need to earn the 18 points. They need to get those eliminations. They need to find the placement points. It is not going to be an easy final match here for the rest of them. But for Blackfire, if they slack off, they are going to be punished. But can you imagine in this game, if Blackfire goes insane, if they go all out with the eliminations, then I think they're going to be able to secure a phenomenal game by the end of this. Since no other team has activated the victory blitz condition, Blackfire just needs to play the points right now. And I think this is a little bit too easy. Once again, Neptune, for the future competitions, I think we need to throw more lobbies at these teams. 6 games is just not enough. As a matter of fact, I feel 6 games is not enough. This action is so good, I want more.
Yeah, I mean, 8, 10, whatever, depending on how much we would fit in a day. We'll be able to do it, and I would love to see more as well. I guess the teams who are eyeing their way as well to activate that victory blitz together with Blackfire are thinking the same way. If only we had a few more games, we have a contention on that championship. And, well, let's see. It seems like it would be happening in the future, but right now, the present is here. The present is the final map for our grand finals. The final chance for the team to steal it away against Blackfire, or for Blackfire to take it all for themselves. $25,000 spread across the top 6, and most of it would be on that number 1.
$500,000 pesos, bro. That is just life-making. Any team that walks away with $500,000, bro, that is... I want $500,000 pesos, man. My God. I'll fly down to the Philippines every month. This is the kind of situation you definitely want to be in. But of course, there were some other teams out there who were talking really big at the start of this competition. We don't see them in here right now, and that's the quality of these teams that we've got still surviving in the competition, because they have not done the talking. They have just done the walking, and they have done the slaying damn well to earn themselves a spot at the top. But again, the most important question is, will we see Blackfire chopped down early in this final Blackout match? There is no gulag. It's all about those dog tags. So whichever team that goes on in here for the fight, they need to be swift, be absolutely pinpoint with their accuracy to snuff them out, because there's a big probability as well that they give Blackfire free points at the start of the game.
Let's see though. Let's see if everyone who would be contesting the drop spot of Blackfire might be giving out the free points. They'll be losing out on the 50-50 challenge on that hot drop. And it might be not only 1 but 2 hot drops as well. Just to make sure that Blackfire will not end it that easily for today. So a lot of potential storyline to end this day, but Blackfire is still our hero, judging from how they double up on that victory, as well as to how they work out into those points to achieve that victory blitz condition.
And Blackfire is the only team that has secured 2 victories in the day. The rest of the teams that have managed to climb up, Leap Unbound,
Oi.
Poison Ivy Achilles, as well as Hades. Oh, what a screen. Wow, interesting. Blackfire, we've got a 4-way split screen for every single player on the side of Blackfire. And it looks like at Docks, they are undisturbed as of this point of time. Everybody in there, but of course there is a very big potential. Someone comes looking for them in a little bit. There is a very decent delay overall as well, so we don't need to worry about anybody stream sniping the squads. RVH on the other hand, Gemini losing a player to the side of the 4 Kings early in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 Kings is a team that really needs to catch up in the points if they will be able to do so, and it seems like it's not that far. So gunshots has been heard, and the 4 Kings, with their construction site drop, often wins this battle, but get needs to be picked up. RVH Instinct losing his instinct and also losing his legs. He is now on his knees or on his bums at this point, watching Yato loop up. Now, the rest of the teams from RVH will need to put more fight to make sure that 4 Kings doesn't get that much point. Otherwise, they might be able to take this away.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is the situation that is going to be very, very tense for the players of 4 Kings. Because like I said, they've already earned 100,000 pesos for themselves. They're aiming for a little bit more. And when I say a little bit, I literally mean 1,000 USD more. And yeah, indeed.
That's not a little bit.
There's extra 70,000 pesos on the line, bro. So they cannot drop the ball. They cannot get kicked out. KM2, on the other hand, they're currently in the 8th spot and they've lost 3 players already. With L being on his way back in here, this is what we need to see. The survival capability of KM2. They're not too far away as far as points are concerned from catching up with either IEN Rage or Poison Ivy Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, for teams that really has little to no chance to be able to catch up in the top 6, what I'm looking for them is, or looking towards, is to find that they were trying to look for from the beginning of the game. At some point, those on match, if there's nothing to lose, like just risk, that's where we see them
The
perform.
safe zone is collapsing.
Some top dogs in this competition. So that's a great storyline as well. If you are not then that's a good rival carried over in the upcoming Battle Royale tournament.
Brave Omni taking on Faldrus. And it looks like they're trying to raid each other here. Just not as lucky with the connections. Delta Bunny, the final one, cannot fall, and he does not fall as he shuts down Alien out of IE. But yet another contender hops on in, putting Bunny and the squad of Delta out of the equation. And don't forget, yes, the top 6 are fighting for money, but the rest of the teams are still fighting for a lot of CP on the line now.
Yep, definitely. I mean, the higher you are on the rankings, the higher the CP you will get. So no one goes home lost. Even those from the group stages will have a little bit of piece of that, CP pie. Now, for Babe Omni, well, they are still in a fight, or probably in a hide and seek against Faldrus. Into the smoke they go, in the compound they run, and Faldrus would be on the 2nd floor. And we know how my bro is a survival in this game, and also will be able to fight back. But where is the support coming from? Easy gone. Let's go, my bro will be taken down by Trevor. But still, the battle continues, and even 4 Kings in construction site they continue with a fight, and Kyun will be taken down.
And Donna will get sprayed down by Trevor Pave, not leaving any stones unturned here. Managed to flip it around, taking Dawn out of the equation. And it's a bloodbath for sure. Void Anbu from the side of Leap Unbound, getting that elimination. 2 for his name so far. 3 HP, manages to secure himself a little bit better in terms of his armor. And this is just continuing to be a heated battle zone. Everybody getting sprayed down. The trades are coming through one after the other, Nep.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm about to call this the United States of Chaos. Because every time we jump into a state, everyone is dropping in. It's not just 2, 3 teams, and then they just bring in chaos and a lot of points. Imagine 4 Kings, or rather, Immortal Esports right now. They have 11 elimination already, and we're just in the early parts of this Blackout map. And
yeah,
I would love to see them in contention overall, denying some of the teams who are vying for that championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously a lot more of these teams. Kosa, with 3 of their players on their way back in here on the scan. The final player just needs to find some way to survive and hang on for his dear life. Rigid, what a beautiful rewind by Zaire. As he gets out of that sticky situation, gets a little bit more loot on him. But Rigid just in the vicinity alongside the player from the side of IEX Sodas as well. This is a sticky situation for Zaire indeed.
Oh, let's see though if they will be able to survive that gunfight. Now, on to the battle into IE. OBS ball being targeted. Wall in between them, and it's more of the timing. They'll be able to go in for that jump as well as that shot. Paul could have been taken out already. A lot of engagement happening even between Poison Ivy and IE Enrage. Now, will there be anything left after all those battle? Because the blue's closing in, and we've seen how the circle would be unfolding in a bit as well. Rigid, though, 4 elimination already. Stellar, despite of being brought down, will be coming back and play. And call! 5 HP! After blue, this might be it. HP going down one at a time. Even armor would not help him.
Oh, 1 more HP, and Carl holding on for his dear life. Finally gets knocked down, but 2 eliminations before he got taken down there. Really a champion on the side of IE Enrage. He truly was Enraged. Alien on the way to save his buddy now. KM2 on the other hand, on the 8th spot, looking for the climb into the top 6, looking for some money. Yes, the CP is delicious. Oh, yeah. But it can only buy us in-game items. It cannot buy us some good food outside. So,
or you can get more in-game items out of the cash that you can get.
Amen, bro. Amen. This is an opportunity for dominance. But Kosa looking for the prevention here. The team that is dead last is preventing KM2 from jumping into the top 6, putting up some hot fights out here.
Well, let's see though. It seems like some of the teams are already farming on the points and even dealing with survivability. 4 Kings is one of those who is, after construction site, is now just buying their time for the blue to close in. So if they'll be able to wait on that, find a perfect opportunity or a perfect spot to snipe out their opponents. If they do have a sniper, then we might be seeing them go in, grab a few more points. They receive a little bit of damage after probably an FHJ onto their vehicle, and they need to back away because they don't have information.
Yeah, if they manage to go out there a little prematurely, you know this is going to be some heavy losses that they suffer. KM2 losing a couple of players from the side of Rigid here. Ivy, on the other hand, Poison Ivy, earlier on in the top 6, currently in the 6th spot, looking for the climb. They do have some eliminations on their side. 4 Kings though. Can they get the money?
Oh,
looking for the extra 70k pesos. Yato, all alone.
All right.
They are still in it, Yato and Get holding on. Leptasi clamps them. And the 4 Kings made to look like, well, not so much of Kings. Leap just left over them.
Yeah, I mean, they were left behind. 4 Kings would be taken out. And despite of how slow, how passive they're trying to go win this fight, how they're trying to go in for survivability, it seems like they are failing miserably, and some teams are just taken over. Like Leap main team right now, 5 elimination, and also having to bring back 2 of their teammates to fight a different battle once the blue closes in. 10 teams remaining, AJ, and there's still plenty of room to cover in this map.
I mean, if 4 Kings got burned like that, thank goodness Holy Father left early, bro. He would have gotten cooked. But it's okay. It's okay. iPad player, bro. iPad player problems. I totally understand Holy Father. But fingers crossed he gets prepared for the next competition that we throw on out there. But in the meantime, the battle between Leap and Blackfire. This is going to be the squad of Leap main. They do have 2 players in here outnumbered by the Blackfire players, who are not getting aggressive just yet. Keeping an eye on them, but not hopping out just for a decent fight. They are going to be backing away, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and they're backing away. There's no pressure for them to get as much elimination. All they have to do right now is either survive longer, watch the numbers on how the other teams are doing, and then just time it, even calculate it to how much points they would need. And as you can see, the movement of the teams of Blackfire is together with the rest of those coming in array. Now, Fire and Rage would be a target, but as you can also see on the map, we have 3 teams occupying this area, and it will be difficult to squeeze themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And plays on the side of IE. This is IE Exodus, for those of you guys who are curious. Rigid, on the other hand, Lays lighting them up, shutting down Burn from the side of Anbu. Ivy Lick taken out by IE. The battle between the IE players is just absolutely respectable. They are not giving each other space at all. They spot them, they burn them down to the ground, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you see a target, everyone would be chasing on them. Though they don't have, not everyone has a snowboard to give mobility like a little bit faster in terms of their rotation, but they do have that vehicle that they can play with to be able to chase them out. But it's tough, though. It's tough, especially with the truck or with some of the ORVs in there that like the roads are not that clear, and you might need to be steering your way. But speaking of steering away, Kosa right now steering away from the engagement and will be taken down. Dem from the hands of Rigid will be knocked out.
Yeah, oh my god, Rigid, unfortunate for them. Blackfire on the other hand, 2 players up there on the revival flight. Beto down on the ground. Luki still holding on for the squad. 1 final player. And this looks like, thank goodness Red is back, because Blackfire almost got cooked early.
Yeah, Berto would be the only one that they need to scan, but this drop would be difficult. Going in! Onto the shot! There goes a takedown! Luki not given the chance to even fire back. This is what I'm talking about. Once you know where Blackfire is, contention overall is happening, and they are receiving all those troubles because they have beat everyone in that #1 spot.
Yeah, everybody wants some revenge, man. Everybody wants $500,000 pesos, Neptune. This is unbelievable. And here comes Void. Void looking for Red, but Mother Nature saving Red. But for how long? As he tries to worm his way away from Void. The gun out of the gunsmith, not giving him the elimination just yet, but no more armor on the side of Red. Once again, Mother Nature hops on in, throws out the smoke bomb. This might just be the end for Red as Void Anbu goes for the flash. Red shut down. Blackfire. Unfortunate. Luki and Natsizo still in here.
Yeah, we still have Nash, TZ. At this point, will he be able to survive longer for the team? But it would be a very long time. Imagine 8 teams remaining in this fight, and your team has only 1 survivor. Poison Ivy, though, will be dealing with the same thing as well, but in this chance would be 1 loss for them, or none loss for them. So
yeah, man.
I guess Poison Ivy has a better chance of getting the victory in this if they can survive longer and even go in for the battle. But, well, out of the 8 teams, there's plenty of opportunity to catch up against Blackfire.
My god, we just saw the announcement. Get has left the building. 4 Kings got cooked. These teams out there, I mean, they are definitely kings. when it comes to some of the off-game action. But down here in this lobby with these Titans, they are definitely not looking like kings as of this point of time. These other squads are stepping it up, showing that sometimes you just need to let the talking happen out here in these massive lobbies. Rigid spotting one out, but Aizer and Glue both getting shut down. Slashy with those cuts, and he's cutting deep.
Yeah, let's see how much more he
great.
can cut and he can slash at this point. Rinka with a 5 elimination already on his side, going in onto the next phase of the blue. 2 players remaining for side of IE. And it's tough though to be able to survive this long, but there's still plenty of opponents that might be able to gun them down. Now, let's see if Leap Unbound will be able to fight back against the 4 players of Poison Ivy. Look for the shot. PJ might be able to go in for the flank, and a follow-up is needed, but he did receive damage, and he needs to hide away. But no! There's the confidence coming from PJ. Only smokes and not even topping up that armor.
Yeah, this is important here for Poison Ivy. The last time we checked in, they were in that 6th spot, and they want to overtake the 4 kings. They want to rip away the 100k pesos. Since some of their members said the money is not important. Poison Ivy is going to say like, okay, bro, if it's not important to you, it's important to me. But Lick now. About to get licked off of the map by Rinka from up top, but the shots don't find the connection.
Down to the last 5 teams.
But Ivy League doesn't get away from Rigid on the opposite side, who wipes him off of the leaderboard. Leap Anbu though, 2 more players left in this equation, looking for the top spot now.
Now let's see if they'll be able to get the top spot. And Boy and Burn will need not burn, but Rinka says no, spotting it out. A little bit of quick action. Marceline coming from Leap, but Hasbo received shot from afar. It was a lay from Rigid,
Engaging the enemy.
and pick up might not happen. But let's see if Burn from Leap will be able to deal with the same battle they have been dealing with out of the 4 teams in this fight. Rigid TSG, from afar, they have a higher ground, stellar, good vantage point, and even a vehicle to work with, and they are full squad.
Bro, full squad? My foot, they've got 20 eliminations. Holy mama! They're going for the #1 spot. They're going for 500,000 pesos. Can they do it? Rigid TSG on this final map. 11 players left. 4 more teams. And Leap Unbound looking for the top spot as well from that 4th place. Looking for that extra money. 2 more players left in here. But Team Rigid, holy mama, kicking ass in this final game.
Yeah, I mean, they are just going into back to the basic. Priority on their teammates, priority in position, as well as information, and not so much in aggression. The 20 elimination that they have, it's not because they were chasing. It's because teams are going their way, and all they have to do is defend themselves, and they can do it from afar. We've seen that happen. We've seen the capability of the team on the sniper. Even those knockdowns has been happening all throughout, and Blackout is where they are dominant on the sniper on the long range.
Oh my god, look at this man, Stella! Lay, they are clapping player after player, burning down everyone. This is a massive game. Rigid TSG looking for the victory. 3 more teams left in here. Void Anbu trying to play survival somehow, but when you've got everybody from the side of Rigid shutting you down, he puts up one final valiant effort, taking Stella out of the equation.
To victory.
Oh, it's a 1v3 situation right now. Boyd goes in for the shot against Lay. Potential backstab might be happening. There's so little chance to survive. But the smoke is up for a charge. A potential takedown and Void. But unfortunately, it was Lay who denies him. Rigid managed to get that victory. And is this the time they grab that championship?
Rigid TSG needed 18 points to catch up with Blackfire. They delivered more than 20 eliminations in the final round of this grand finals, and they may have just gotten a $5,000 bonus. Holy smokes, that was a massive game from Rigid TSG.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Rigid TSG, I did mention that they aim for that survivability. A 4-man strong squad is always stronger towards the end. And it was evident. It was a solo mission being done by IE. It's tough, or by Leaf rather, and it's tough to go against a full squad. If there would be a 1-to-1 trade, then it would have, or if that would be a 1-to-2 trade and brought into a 1v1, then that's the only time that Leap can celebrate that 50-50 chance. But with the numbers onto Rigid side, there's a huge chance they would that they would win against a solo player of Leap.
I mean, we are talking about a huge bonus here. We are talking about a difference of $5,000. We're talking about a difference of 290,000 pesos on the line. And of course, don't take my word for it, but that's just a rough calculation, okay? We are working with USDs here, but that is a huge bonus to work for. And Rigid TSG said, hell no, we are not going to let go of this opportunity. And they were blitzing their way up to the top. No blitz victory this time around, but a holy mama huge victory for the side of Rigid TSG. But do they manage to overtake Blackfire? Blackfire did get eliminated prematurely. They got taken out too early in this game. They didn't manage to get a lot of eliminations. They only had a total of 3 eliminations by the time Nash met his end. And I think the unthinkable has happened here in the final game of the grand finals. You know, when you watch like a Formula 1 racing on that final lap, on that final corner, when he gets overtaken, that's exactly what happened here in this grand finals. Rigid TSG just put on a hell of a show for us.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully it's that pressure of that victory blitz as well that made the team Rigid to perform even better, because it only proves that like the format that we have right now not only forces the team to go in for more points, but also shows them that they need to win, need to practice in winning or getting that #1 spot. And who got that #1 spot in the final game? It is Rigid TSG with a total of 22 elimination, if I'm not mistaken, or 27. I might be wrong. My math is not mathing correctly at this point, but they did get that additional 10 elimination, 10 placement point from this game.
I mean, what a game. And Lay, this guy was on a sleigh, and no, he is not Santa Claus. No, he's not Rudolph. He's the one and only Rigid Lay, who was absolutely on fire, even more fiery than Blackfire themselves, and unbelievable with the way they pulled this off in the final game. And this is their first victory of the day. This is the first time they are the final survivors. And what a game to be the final survivor, man. Unbelievable effort here thrown out by Rigid TSG. They definitely have to be proud of themselves. But the bigger question is going to be, do they get the bonus of more than 200 plus K pesos? Do they walk away with 500,000 pesos? Do they beat Blackfire? We'll have to wait and see that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. And they did mention, we did talk about it earlier, they were in the top of the leaderboard without getting any victory.
Yeah.
And the moment that they got that victory is the moment that everything from the other teams, especially Blackfire, would be falling down, would be crumbling. Because they also got not only the victory, but also a huge number of elimination that could overtake where Blackfire was from that game.
And you know, the one condition that we talked about, if anybody wants to overtake Blackfire, yes, they need to do well, but Blackfire needs to be eliminated early. And unfortunately, they got cursed down to the bottom. I mean, obviously, Blackfire has a lot of fans, but Backfire has a lot of haters out there as well. Rigid TSG was banking on that. They needed some extra magic dust from all of our players, and they climbed. And my, oh my, what a way did they get up to the top. There was also a situation where Rigid TSG did bump into their own Rigid Phoenix members, but there was no match. Rigid TSG is up here. Phoenix is swimming somewhere at the bottom, all right? But, of course,
Phoenix still needs to rise.
Phoenix needs to rise. But in order to rise, you need to die first.
Yeah.
So they unfortunately...
It took a couple of dying, but there's still no rising, though.
The
Sorry,
fire
Phoenix.
the fire from Rigid Phoenix was not as hot this time round. But, you know, unfortunate. But at least there's one team that rose up to the top, carrying the Rigid clan brand up to the top. And that is the one and only Rigid TSG. And this is the grand champion reveal. Is it Rigid TSG? Is it Blackfire? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Garena September Cup champions! $500,000 pesos goes to Rigid TSG!
And definitely being top of the board before the game even ended, and all they have to do is get that victory, and they stole it away from everyone else. We've seen how rigid they are, we've seen how phenomenal they are, how deadly and vicious, and this is where everything pays off as they grab that 10,000 US dollars.
$500,000 pesos, bro. Come on, Rigid TSG. Let's go back-to-back champions. I'm calling it out already. We are going to have another tournament for sure. And if they can do it, they can legit call themselves millionaires through Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Holy mama, what a game. What a day. And that comeback was we talk about the Blackfire record. They've just broken it, 37 points in one game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Blackfire, they only came in with 4 elimination after that match. And with that, they only breached that 100-point mark barely. Really reaching that 100-point mark. They were very close. And, well, I love performance for IE in range as well as IE Exos for in range, though. At least it elevated them to be able to catch up, but I don't think this is enough to be able to get to the top 6. For the 4 Kings, 7 elimination after that game. I know that there's a lot of contention to race against those in the top 6, but is this enough for them to keep themselves afloat and not push out in just getting CPs and not the cash?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think 4 Kings just managed to scrape through. And my heart goes out to Poison Ivy, Achilles, who got close, but not close enough. And that's a massive, massive loss here. They do have 1 victory, which the 4 Kings do not have. But what the 4 Kings do have is extra 2 points. That puts them in the 6th spot to walk away with 1,000 US dollars. That's close to about 50+ thousand pesos. That's still massive for the 4 Kings. IE and Rage walk away with 100k pesos, man. And obviously, you guys know the story. It just goes up from there. 4th place taken away by Leap, Unbound, Ambu, 3,000 USD. They rip away 4,000 USD for Leap Main. In total, the Leap clan walks away with 7,000 US dollars. Blackfire, oh, what a kick down, man. 2 victories, but only 5,000 USD here for them. And the champion of champions, Rigid TSG, with 500,000 pesos, 10,000 USD. Unbelievable final showdown. 92 eliminations. We all gotta salute this squad.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a salute is needed for this team. And judging from the board, like, they just took that final. I can't express this. I can't emphasize this enough. Some teams would be aiming for that initial victory and then go in for farming points. But Rigid knows how the victory blitz works. All they have to do is aim to get that 80 points first and then grab that victory. Even if they don't need to, they just did play that script and they still ended number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, this is why they say talk is cheap. Drama gets you nowhere. but F it lets you walk away with some solid money, man. I mean, all praises to teams like Rigid TSG, Blackfire, Leap Main, Leap, Unbound, Unboo. Ooh, the Leap clan winning big time here. They they technically together as a clan almost walked away with $500,000 as well, right? 7,000 USD in collection. So great achievement here for the Leap clan. IE and Rage SS as well. And of course, 4Kings managing to rip away that 6th spot. And apart from that, once again, guys, yes, the rest of the teams do not walk away with money, but there was a lot of CP on the line. A total of 150,000 CP was distributed amongst all of these teams. Every single team that made it into the group stage gets some CP, and of course, based on the placements, some of these teams get a little bit extra on their side. So don't be surprised if you see some of these teams walking away with a couple of extra mythic guns after this.
Yeah, they'll be flexing it over, and hopefully that is gratitude that we will be felt from the teams to what Garena Call of Duty Mobile has offered. Not only are they left or like leaving the competition not empty-handed, but the experience overall, the prestige, as well as, you know, the pumps, like the heartbeats and the blood pumping to another or more battle royale tournament. It keeps the community rolling. It keeps our community alive and kicking, and I want to see more, AJ.
Absolutely. And a shout out to all of the COD community. Praises to you guys. Love to you guys as well. Make sure you continue supporting us here in the comment section. Make sure you hit that like. Make sure you share the broadcast out as well. And make it loud and clear to Garena Call of Duty Mobile that this should not be the one and only, but it should be the start to many more tournaments for the Battle Royale community. I will personally make sure I voice out for it. Neptune will definitely voice out for it as well. We want to hear it from you guys, and keep it clean, no toxicity. As long as there's a lot of love and decent enough numbers of requests in there, I'm pretty sure we will all enjoy a lot more of these tournaments for the BR COD community. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, this is a wrap for the Garena September Cup. Congratulations to all of our winners, be it the prize pool or the CP ranks in here. Neptune and I have to sign off on behalf of Garena and the whole production team. Thank you, good night, and goodbye.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Engaging the enemy. I'm hurt. Enemy. I'm hurt. Enemy down. Enemy eliminated. Engaging the enemies. Enemy down. Enemy eliminated.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Enemy eliminated.
Enemy down. Enemy eliminated.
Mission is unavailable.
Enemy eliminated. Me down.
Half of the teams are eliminated.